Hello and welcome back to Fate Grand Order. I'm Luce, and we're, as you can see, Lostbelt 7, Nahui Mictlan. I apologize, I'm not going to pronounce any of this correctly, like I did in the previous ones. But yeah, we're going to be doing the next story chapter here. Last time, we did a short interlude with Trom, a mysterious world that was apparently Area 51. It ended on quite the cliffhanger, so I'd say it's about time we dove right in. Yeah, just kind of hard cut at the end of Trom. I get what they're going for, but yeah, it ended basically this reveal. That's right, the alien that was found at Roswell, New Mexico. What is that? What is this place? It looks like an operating room and a corpse of some kind. So then this must be... yeah, it's gotta be what's left of the master of all the servants that were in Trom. Moriarty called it Test Subject E. I'm sorry, I blanked out for a moment. I'll start gathering the data we need right now. I guess yeah, this is what... I get what they were going for with that hard cut at the end of Trom, but this does mean we have to wrap up Trom before we can actually get on to Lostbelt 7. So it's gonna be a little painful for the pacing. Good idea. Run all the scans you can. I'll see if I can find any residual magical energy or active spells. Really think I will, though. Hard to imagine. I'll see if I can find any residual magic or active spells. Don't think I will find any, though. Hard to imagine magecraft will see much use in a modern facility. It's the priestess. FGO knows less about their priestess than Arknights does of theirs, and that's kind of hilarious in a way. Because the priestess is still a very big question mark in that game. Mash, Kadok, something is wrong here. Ah, don't do that. You scared the shit out of me, man. Alright, but I know that expression. You're serious. Mash, hurry with the scans. Right, I need 10 or more seconds to get everything here. Good, the door still works. As soon as Mash is done, we're getting out of here. Come on, Master, get over here to... You're trying to bring the corpse with us? The hell, you out of your damn mind? You shouldn't even be touching that thing. It's gross. I mean, I know, and I'm a little scared, but I have the feeling we're going to be needing it. I think leaving here doesn't seem right. I think it at least deserves to be brought outside. Oh, well that solves that problem, doesn't it? Senpai? A priceless sample, and you just... Screw it, we can't do anything anymore. Are you feeling okay? Good. Mash, your 10 seconds are up. We need to go. Right, I have all the data. Come, Master, let us hurry. I guess that corpus must have been there for so long. It's possible that it was only being sustained by a spell, too. And seems so... What are you doing? Move your ass! It's destroying the lab. Or rather, the singularity itself. So the test subject was the master of all those servants, someone who hated humanity so much he wanted them all to fight each other. For some reason. The bonds holding physical matter together in here are becoming undone. I'm also picking up fluctuations in space-time, but this passageway is going to collapse before they even reach us. Master, Kadok, I'm sorry, but if we're going to escape, I'm going to need to carry you both. Ah, Carolite, how's she carrying both of us under her arms? Mash is really, really strong. She got powered up after the last one. Oh, that's because I'm a demi-servant. Right. Galahad may have abandoned her and taken his power with him, but we were able to create a substitute. Setting round shield to round board position. Opening thrusters to maximum velocity. Initiating Ortonax shield rush mode. Be careful not to bite your tongues. Shield rush? What's about our tongues? So it seems to be just straight up deleting the singularity. The pocket of time. We're back in the bleached Earth. The proper timeline, I guess. Well, the important thing is the three of you made it back here safely. The hour of rest seems to have paid off as well. Now, did you take your mystic codes of cleaners like I told you? Yeah, looks like it. Yes, Director, the mystic codes we're using in the singularity are in the lab right now. Thank you for keeping them in good shape. Excellent answer, Creolite. And a good nod to your part too, Master. How about you, Kadok? Did you bring in your mystic code like you were supposed to? Yeah, I'm not a moron. I'm not about to ignore a direct order from the commander. Very good. I love that honesty. And to be totally honest, I've been nothing but impressed by your performance. You did an excellent job in the singularity. Like cake, yes? Thanks to you, it was a piece of cake. The Master may be seasoned, but deep down he's still a civilian and not a mage. His more soft-hearted sensibility has sometimes clashed with my more cold-blooded mage's perspective. I can guarantee you right now, Gordolf is absolutely just making himself out to be a lot more rough and tumble than he really is. He takes his job seriously, but he genuinely cares. But you've proven useful at reconciling those two. Very useful to have around. I hope I can count on your help in the future as well, Zemlopus. Especially since I'd assume you'd prefer not to wear that collar again if you don't have to. Gordolf, I understand wanting to show your appreciation, but we don't have all day. Come to the point, please. Yes, of course. Good book, getting back safely from such a large singularity. Thanks to your efforts, the singularity we've called Trom has disappeared. It's a great shame that our administrative advisor, Sherlock Holmes, wasn't able to return with you. But I'm sure he'll be back eventually. Possibly in a more marketable form like Da Vinci did. And when he does, I'm gonna give him the grilling of a lifetime. And I'm sure you'll spend lots and lots of quartz on him. Right? But more pressing concerns right now, we need to discuss the data Carolite brought back from Area 51. I'm speaking, of course, of the mysterious room and that thing you found. Test Subject E. Da Vinci and the rest of the computer room staff are analyzing it as we speak. That includes Scion, Professor. Elron, the record keeper, Marcus, the spiritual engineer, and with assistance from Octavia. They're all working as hard as they can, so they should have a report for us sooner than later. Storage is what, on standby? Is that why you confiscated our codes? Ah, yes. The ship is airborne and standing over by North America. We'll be heading over to our next objective, the 7th Lostbelt in the Amazon rainforest. After you've all had about 48 hours to recuperate. Oh, so we have 2 days of rest. That'll be a huge help. Senpai and Kadok both worked very high down there. Yeah, honestly, not my have a good time. We could definitely use a break, especially the Master. A good meal and a warm bed will do way more for him than any energy drink. Maybe I should change my name to Lysander. You know, celebrate the Lostbelt 6 incident. You mean in terms of bolstering his mental state? Accurate. Summoning servants requires a great deal of mental energy and money for Saint Courts. Therefore, I'd like to be certain he gets at least 2 days off each week. But not too many. He has to be paid, after all. Hey, we're back, Scion. Congratulations on completing your mission. I'm glad to see you all back safe and sound. Not to suggest I was ever concerned. If anything, things were largely as I calculated. Is that so? Guess it doesn't sound like a joke coming from one of Atlas's elite alchemists. I know some have speculated whether or not Scion's on our side, but I'm pretty sure she is. During one of the previous ones, she had the absolute perfect time in which she could have betrayed us, but she chose not to, so if she does down the line, that just straight up won't make any sense. Then again, I guess I can't pretend Fate isn't run like the Danganronpa franchise. Sometimes the creator likes to prioritize surprising the player over making a coherent story. And that could mean going out of their way to make a yes but actually no. Ridiculous stuff like that. I guess that's even... well, it's a lot more complicated than that, but hopefully that at least gives an idea. Does that mean you knew about Holmes too? Did you know he's a disciple of the foreign god, that Moriarty was going to beat him in that singularity? Ah, you certainly do not pull your punches, or as it bites, as you are a wolf. At any rate, you are correct. I was certain he was one of the disciples. For 2 reasons. First, the report I saw at Atlas Institute during the 6th singularity. It said Holmes acquired information by synchronizing with Tri-Hermes. That doesn't sound like much, but Tri-Hermes is the heart and mind of the entire Atlas Institute. The sheer volume of information contained within would instantly shatter the spirit origin of any ordinary heroic spirit attempting to access it. Sherlock Holmes may have been exceptional, but his storage capability was still nowhere near that of a divine spirit. There's simply no way heroic spirit of a human, no, a standard servant, could endure such a thing. Oh, that's a good point. I never thought twice about it before because it was Holmes, but... Second, he of all people never once attempted to contemplate what the foreign god wants. He did not think about it because he did not know, but rather, he must not know. A detective who was supposed to reveal the truth was lying about who he himself was. I cannot speak how difficult the decision was for Holmes to make, but his reasons make it abundantly clear. If I pursue the answer to this question, I will be destroyed. I must not think about this any further. So yeah, he was trying to help us in the end, and the only way he could do that was by denying his true self the whole time. Dang, hard to believe a situation where that was useful. Then again, I guess this is an exception among exceptions. That was the best, if not the only, way to walk that line. He may have technically been the foreign god's disciple, but forgetting that allowed him to be Chaldea's friend and legitimate ally. And that remained true until the very end. As soon as he realized the truth of who he was, he chose to throw himself over the falls, so he would not become our enemy. So she knew he'd throw the fight. It's possible he might have still been able to defeat Moriarty, but if he did, he'd have to become evil again, and that wasn't acceptable. Of course, that still leaves one other question. When the foreign god first summoned him, why did a heroic spirit of his caliber agree to be the disciple in the first place? I assumed it was a compulsion or forced. I'm still not quite sure the answer to myself. Still, the fact he remained had no choice but to erase his own memories and disappear before he learned the truth. Yeah, the most obvious answer would seem to be that he was compulsed in some fashion, forced to work with them, and it wasn't his own choice, in which case he had to get creative to work around it. It could also be that agreeing to help was the only way it could also be that he pulled a 5D chess thing where agreeing to help and then erasing his own memory was the only way he'd be able to help stop them, but we'll have to take this as we go. At least, so long as he planned on remaining Novum Chaldea's friend. Anyways, this is the extent of what I was able to figure out. Are you satisfied now, Kadak? So you couldn't trust him as Holmes' detective, but you did trust him as Chaldea's ally. Well, if you know all that, do you know what his goal was too? If Holmes was one of the foreign god's disciples, why did he originally make contact with Chaldea? Yeah, the big reveal that Koyanskaya was not actually one of the foreign god's minions, but simply working for mutual benefit was a pretty big deal because that meant there was still one missing. And I genuinely don't remember if I suspected Holmes or not, but it was a possibility, I know that much. But I don't know how much. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, I knew it all along, because I don't know, genuinely. This isn't like Lostbelt 6, where I unfortunately knew the twist ahead of time. Although, granted, I do think there was enough hints there that I probably would have realized it anyways, especially because there were the dialogue options for figuring it out were extremely conspicuous. They stood out. What was the foreign god wanted? What is it the foreign god wanted to do? Why, help Chaldea, of course. Huh? Although his reasons for doing so differed as a disciple after he forgot that facet of himself, he would have taken the same actions in either case. As the foreign god's disciple, his job was to help Chaldea fight the Lostbelts. That's why the foreign god did not get rid of him herself. He was doing the job she gave him. But once the young Moriarty was chosen to be a disciple, Holmes' days were numbered. Because she had a replacement. My guess the foreign god's command was something along the lines of, help Chaldea until they reach point A, then from B onward, you're forbidden from helping them further. In this case, point A was probably the 5th Lostbelt, and B was everything that came after. Yeah, because the 5th Lostbelt was supposed to be ultimately the one where she finally won, the foreign god finally won, and thus it would be bad for him to continue helping. Or alternatively, it may have been something like, once Chaldea passes point A, destroy them from within. Either way, that time finally came, and he had to choose between Holmes the disciple and Holmes the administrative advisor. Ultimately, he went over the falls. He chose to remain the administrative survivor. That's the part I don't get, though. Even if he did have to lose to Moriarty so that the Master's team could defeat him, shouldn't he still come back alive if he wanted to fight the foreign god? I agree, it does not make sense. The Holmes himself we knew would never willingly choose to take his own life. So that's both the biggest unanswered question as well as the hint as the foreign god's true nature. Well, it could be that Lazonga wanted to sell an alt of Sherlock Holmes later. This game may be famous for its waifus, but there are, in fact, a handful of husbandos they consider cash cows. But the question is Holmes one of them? I genuinely don't know, but he's been a major story character, and so was Da Vinci, and Da Vinci got an alt, so it's possible they just felt it was time to rotate him out for another marketable one. After all, more alts mean more money. As long as he was alive, he'd have no choice but to obey the foreign god. It's unlike an ordinary servant contract. Something more like fetish he was helpless to resist. Sorry to interrupt, are you still in the command room? Yes, we are. I'm reluctant to ask, but what is it, technical advisor? We were just studying test subject E when we came across one hell of a bonus. Apparently, there was an explosive computer virus hidden in the corner of the lab. And now it's gonna blow up. Here, I'll put it on the screen so you guys can see this too. Did you say blow up? What are you talking about? Don't just like explode, cover with something tossed outside. I mean, if it's a computer virus, not a literal bomb. Testing. Can you hear me? Are you getting this? Ooh, that's a good angle. A shame I don't have a chair here, but oh well. Good day, Chaldeans, or is it evening? I'm James Moriarty, notorious evil genius. If you open this file, then I probably disappeared. What a pity. So I've taken the liberty of recording this in case the unthinkable should happen to yours truly. Now, I'm sure you and I have had our share of trouble by this point, but I'd like you to put all that behind you. My goal was to save the world, which proved to be a task Chaldea, or rather, the Master is unfortunately not up to. I can save the world far better than he can. Of that I am, or rather was, absolutely certain. To be clear, I'm not doing this out of concern for the Master. I probably did not say as much, since I'm a shy fellow at heart, so I'm just gonna go ahead and lay it all here. I have no faith in the Master's capabilities whatsoever. I'm sorry, would you mind if I burn this file out of our beta banks? Oh, by the way, it's kind of funny, but shortly after Trom ended and my stream finished, the Japanese server, the home server, buffed damn near every single unit in it that was underpowered. Like, remember how I memed extremely hard on how absolutely horrible Constantine was? Well, he got a major buff. He's not a top servant or anything, but he actually has a clear game plan now, which is good, since my biggest complaint was he seemed to have like 3 different game plans, all of which contradicted each other. And Moriarty himself, young Moriarty himself, actually got buffed as well, so he's now a legitimately powerful ruler. Sure. Try not to let him get to you, MASH. If you're seeing this file, you must also have acquired information on test subject E. While it should be your job to analyze and determine what it is, I've decided to be generous to make things a little easier for you. Test subject E is not a terrestrial being. Yeah, I kind of guessed this, just by the fact that, well, honestly, there's no point in hiding. It's Area 51. There's no other thing it could possibly be other than the alien from Roswell. There was absolutely... Yeah, that's why I wasn't being coy about not knowing what this is. There's... Nope. I respect your guys' intelligence way too much. It is remnants of being secreted away, probed, and experimented on in that facility for over 100 years. I believe its cries of agony as it lay dying are what drew the foreign god, its compatriot here. Fortunately, I could not determine anything beyond that. I lack necessary data. Still, with Trismegistus, the 2 on the storm border, I'm sure you'd be able to arrive at the answer yourselves. Alright, Chaldea, farewell. I pray you're able to control the truth. On second thought, I don't. Miracles only happen when they're meant to. Praying to God is for students who forgot to do their homework. That smug son of a bitch. He just wanted us to kick us while we were down. What a terrible professor. I hope he's not a bad influence on you, Master. I trust Kadok and Mash have finished voicing their opinions by now. Alright, this is starting to feel like that one opening episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! Where Pegasus was able to correctly guess everything that happened, except at least there Pegasus had a Millennium item that actually lets him see the future so he could tell how it was going to play out. Well, not the future, but it allowed him a special vision to allow him to figure out how it was going to play out. Basically, he was cheating. Moriarty just going entirely based off of what little he knows of us. Although, granted, I guess the foreign god, since he was the disciple of the foreign god, he was probably given all information about us. And I guess if he was given the full dossier on everyone in Chaldea, which the foreign god does have, I'm pretty sure. Or, not a literal dossier, but you know what I mean. He probably would be able to work out from that. And before I go, let me give you one last bit of helpful advice. I would hate to leave on such a sour and unhelpful note that Chaldea ultimately declines to summon me. Oh, don't worry, Moriarty, I'm way ahead of you there. I have absolutely no need for your arts ruler powers. You should know that you have precious little time left to you. Yu Ogamarie, the foreign god, is planning to strengthen her spirit origin further. Right, she was not, unfortunately, not summoned at full, unfortunately for her, she was not summoned at full power in the 5th Lostbelt like she was intended. She means to do so at the entity of the Outer Realm that sleeps in South America, which is one of Brishon's, the Mage Association's folklore department, ultimate taboos. The game's gonna keep referring to South America, but for the record, this is actually Mesoamerica. It's an extraterrestrial being known as ORT. ORT is... Isn't that type Mercury? The types being the most powerful being of that particular world? Yeah, it could be considered a true invader of this world. That's straight up one of the most powerful things we could be facing. Holy crap. I know the series has been suffering from a lot of spectacle and power creep, but that's insane. And you, Ogamarie, plans to merge with it. Probably, okay, yeah, that's something we'll need to stop then. Are you surprised? I do hope you're surprised. Anyway, your deadline fast approaches. You may have defeated me, but you have no time to rest on your laurels. The moment the foreign god gets her hands on ORT, humanity has lost. So if you don't want to see this planet brimming as it is with possibilities most wicked, split in two, I suggest you hurry. Did he really say ORT? What's ORT? Yeah, I'm only vaguely aware of it myself. You don't know? Oh, right, you wouldn't, would you? Damn it! You didn't grow up hearing ORT would gobble you in your old house up if you didn't go to sleep when you were told. I mean, I'm pretty sure half the damn servants we have here. I mean, my Vitra has claimed to be willing to do that, so... Well, I, for one, am jealous. How do I... To put it in terms even you understand, it's sort of a ghost story of the mage world. ORT is said to be a monster from outer space that came to South America before the AD era began. They say it kills anyone who even gets close to it in an instant. No mage has ever entered its territory and lived to tell the tale. And yet, for some reason, maybe they decided it was too dangerous to be left to its own devices, or just pure out of academic curiosity, a Grand Mage and the 6 Brand Mages decided to raid its territory back in the 16th century. And in case you didn't know, a Grand Mage is the very best in the Magecraft world. They're monsters, powerful enough to single-handedly rival the might of entire nations. Grand Mages are one level below that, but they're still talented geniuses who are nearly as strong as Grand Mages. Oh, so kind of like Mace Windu and the other Jedi Masters he brought with him. In that one scene of Revenge of the Sith. So, getting 7 incredibly powerful mages together for a single expedition was just never seen before. In fact, they saw the mood at their campsite before they set out wasn't far off from a festival. But ultimately, only one mage made it back alive. You must not go near that thing yet. There's nothing alive on Earth that can match it. Wait for the next era. Listen, trust our hopes to the creatures, whatever they may be, which evolve after our extinction. After he spoke those words, he turned to Crystal. Everyone who gathered near him. The mage's name was Astea. He was one of the 12 lords of Clock Tower at the time. The incident was what prompted the Dean of the Mage Association to dub the monster ORT. And ever since, it was known that particular region's been off limits to all of humankind. Though at least in the pissant mage family I grew up with, it was just a tall tale. If Gordolf's reaction anything go by, the nobles must have been taught the story as a fact, though. The fact's scary enough they apparently used it to threaten kids behaving. So there's another alien on Earth this entire time, huh? Exactly. No one should ever go near ORT. As they say, wake not the sleeping alien. My old dean once said, as long as the planet doesn't scream, ORT will never wake up. It slumbers deep beneath South America. So we must make sure to leave it alone. If it stirs, there'll be no safe place on the planet. That's how scary this monster is. It's even worse news than the foreign god. I had no idea a mystic like that was sleeping. As a captain myself, I can't say I'm not intrigued. That right there, that's kind of curiosity that nearly destroyed the world. Don't you dare indulge it. I just remembered something. I once read an article about ORT in Caldea's laboratory. It said ORT was at present the most powerful, unknowable life form mages had yet discovered. It said to be a huge extraterrestrial which resembles nothing so much as a spider. The ectodermis is supposedly hard, soft, hot, and cold all at once. That's contradictory, and I imagine that's intentional to make it seem incomprehensible. It generates energy using nuclear fusion in its own body. It transforms anything it touches to crystal. Its threat to humanity won't be comprehensible into human technology until the year 3000. Damn, seriously? Dang, guess we're about 1,000 years too early. This is far beyond anything I calculated. The foreign god wants to merge with ORT, but she already is more than powerful enough already. Why undergo such an unnecessary altercation? Well, since she also claims to be the president of Earth, I'm guessing she may just be greedy. That's absurd. If we were to assign a value to Chaldea's present fighting ability, we might say it's level 50. The foreign god would be level 1000 in that case. There's absolutely no need for her to grow more powerful, and yet she wishes to merge OT with become, let us say, level 10,000. Yeah, I know that spectacle creep is a necessary thing for a long-running series, but this is getting kind of ridiculous. Yeah, like I even was nothing compared to Scotty. Yeah, but then they actually managed to do something, because while the Lostbelt 3 final boss, while the Mothman and it was not. Oh wait, no, that's both Oberon and crap. Qin Shi Hong. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly. I'm sorry, but yeah, he was an ascended human, but well, he wasn't necessarily stronger than Scotty. Scotty was also not hostile. She tried to negotiate with us, so that avoided for a bit. Lostbelt 4 was when we finally fought a high-level god at full power. Alright. And Lostbelt 5, well, he was nothing compared to Zeus. Zeus was absolutely nothing compared to... Well, actually, first we have to go through the stuff, so I guess, when we fought Tucaster of Limbo Ashiadomen, and they did have Ibuki Doji, who was of course so powerful that all previous gods bowed to her and worshipped them as them god, and then she was nothing compared to Cyrnos of or however you pronounce it in Lostbelt 6, and now, oh, he's a nothing compared to this. Sheesh. Granted, we do have an ultimate weapon from Lostbelt 6 still, but with the way this franchise goes, I'm going to bet it's going to completely 100% no-sell, and then we whip out something that turns out to have been even powerful than we had all along. For the record, I'm just going entirely off of how the last Lostbelts are going, so if it turns out to be right, that's not one of the things I was spoiled on, luckily, so we'll see if I'm right. There's such a thing as over-preparing. At any rate, if Moriarty went to the trouble of leaving us this video, it's almost certainly true. Gordolph, Da Vinci, I propose an immediate change of plans, though we need to verify that Marie is indeed capable of fusing with other life forms. Her success in doing so with ORT would leave us absolutely no chance of victory. And this is the main menu theme, so you know this is a big deal. Not even the Sacred Sword would be finally finished would be of any use against her. The plan we drew up in Britain would be useless. Yep, see, I'm right. It's going to completely no-sell. And then we'll discover something even more powerful was here all along. According to Trismegis's prognostications, a thread of the scale has yet to appear on this planet. There must be some reason the foreign god's not yet been able to find ORT, in which case we don't have a moment to lose. I'm setting the Storm Border's course for the 7th Lostbelt immediately. We finish our preparations along the way. We must find the foreign god and defeat her before she merges. The Land of the Dead. Now, isn't that an ominous name? Section 1. To the Land of the Dead. Oh. Great, it fits perfectly. Habitrot did a wonderful job as usual. That mystic code was designed for the expedition with the 7th Lostbelt. Well, really, the Battle of the Foreign God. The Storm Border's en route. The airspeed's 900 kilometers per hour. We should arrive in about 4 hours. I know it's not much. Would you like to sleep the next 2 hours or so? The big Battle of the Foreign God. Yeah, it's taking the body of Olga Marie. Question is anything of the original Olga Marie still in there, though? Oh, good. Everything's still in working order after your emergency assault in Trom. We shouldn't have to worry about too much about sending you out. You'll be able to operate full-time. Thank you, Da Vinci. I feel better hearing that. You know, I may be off base, but I feel like I've been in better shape than ever lately. The Black Barrel's still a challenge, but I feel much more comfortable handling Ortonax now. I should probably finish leveling MASH level 90, actually. There's a number of reasons I should be doing that. Especially since a lot of fights are specifically designed so that no matter what servants you have, if they all die, she can finish off the fight for you. Luckily, even though the servants themselves have been having a decent amount of power creep, the base game doesn't have too much. But we'll see. Supposedly, I'm already past the worst of it. From what I've heard, there are no more bosses in the current story as of the home server that is harder than Cyranonos, or however you pronounce that, but we'll see. I've heard there's a lot of bosses I hear are rough or easy, but turn out to be easier or harder than I was told. Let's see, your physical capabilities improved quite a fair bit. Keep growing like this, you could end up one of the strongest servants around one day. Well, proud to have you representing Novum Chaldea. Thank you, Da Vinci. I'm still not sure I deserve much praise, but I'll do my very best to be worthy of it. Oh, but speaking of Black Barrel, I'll be restricting your use of it even more. From here on, as a rule, only use it to fire simple, compressed, magical energy rounds. Calculating a target's life scale with accomplishments measure forging it, and generating a dead counter are all off limits. All that puts too much strain on your body and relies too much on Master's luck. Also, I don't want you firing it even simple rounds in urban areas. I've already told the Master that as well. Well, you know, via this very dialogue where the player can read it. The rounds affect too large of an area to leave us any hope of avoiding collateral damage. I think that's the right decision. The dead counter breaks some of the world's own laws. I understand it's not the kind of thing that should be used recklessly. Yeah, a lot of these concepts, like the Black Barrel and ORT, were introduced in previous Fate stuff. It's easy to forget, but you have to remember Fate Grand Order is genuinely a crossover of all Fate properties, after all, while also being a thing in and of itself, so it's nice that I appreciate they explain most of this, though most of it. Like, yeah, Woodwow's in Lostbelt 6, they revealed him to be an A-Ray and treat it as a big deal, but they don't actually explain what that is, and when I tried to go to the wiki, yeah, none of the Type Moon wikis explained it properly. From what I could tell, what the wikis list and stuff list as an A-Ray and what the actual game is as an A-Ray were two completely different things. I had to actually talk with some people who were more familiar with the series to get the rundown. So yeah, the A-Rays are... And yeah, it turns out, yeah, the A-Ray of Lostbelt 6 and the A-Ray of the Type Moon franchise, those are two separate things. The game just didn't do a very good job of explaining that. Exactly, there's a reason the Atlas Institute was afraid of turning the very concept of death itself into a weapon. And one more thing. Standard servants have spirit bodies. Even when they materialize, they're still made out of ether. Yeah, I believe I before described that as basically them being made out of hard light. So you can interact with them, but they aren't technically a physical body. They don't have any actual flesh and can never grow beyond the abilities they had when they were added Throne of Heroes. As you're aware, demi-servants have human bodies, which had a spirit origin transplanted into them. You aren't able to use a spirit form, but you have a real physical body as a result. The advantages that gives you are more apparent. As I've mentioned before, your spirit origin patterns growing with your body. Oh, looks like that growth stems from changes in your mental state rather than actual physical, but never mind that for now. The problem is you're approaching a state of heroic spirit even while you're still alive. And you remember what servants are called in the Magecraft world, right? Ghost liners. At any rate, if you want to get stronger than you already, it won't be long before you lose the Demi qualifier. So you'll want to really think about that before it happens, because growth is inevitable and there won't be any going back. But hey, no need to worry about it too much. If you feel like you're getting too close, just take off the Ortonax and come back to the border. We're not in the same boat we were before. We have allies we can depend on here. You don't have to fight all of our battles yourself. If you need help, we'll work together to come up with something. The Master knows that just as I do. Glasses. Now, neither of you have given up on Director Olga, correct? Then I'll be with you every step of the way. I mean, she's obviously the same in the Chaldea's database, isn't she? I have no idea how we can neutralize her, but if we can, there'll be plenty of chances to talk. final battle. We actually got that for beating the Koyanskaya raid fight. Or around the same time, yeah. Storm border will soon be passing through Central America. No sign of enemy interference from Mexico to Guatemala. Once we cross the vast stretch, we'll be in South America, storm wall. The operation begins in 20 minutes. Alright, trust Novo Bukadeo personnel are assigned their stations, yes? We may have moved the timetable up significantly, but our preparations for this operation have been complete for some time now. There's no to call for panic, right, Technical Advisor? Of course. Remember our foreign god trump card? The sacred sword that weaponizes the very concept of a holy weapon? The one that's definitely totally going to work and not no-cell? We'll be loading into our primary Callan, the human barrel ray proof, which will use both proper human history's legitimacy and humanity itself as ammunition. People are... Well, if Fuga Melodies of Steel taught me anything, it's that the greatest ammo is people. We run over a handful of 100 million simulations and had a 99.99% success rate. Yeah, I can't help but notice that's not a 100% Da Vinci, and in this franchise, that's a problem. There won't be any problem deploying it in live combat, even with its transformation sequence. Ah, it has to go through the magical girl sequence. Wonderful, I knew our technical advisor wouldn't let us down. By the way, this primary cannon, do you have the firing mechanism in the command room that looks like a gun's trigger? You'll have to show me later. Come on, Chubbs. The call was already made that the Marines would be firing it. Give it up, would you? Of course I know that. Yeah, I just wanted to indulge my sense of adventure. You still want to hear my report on Test Subject E, Commander? Yes, obviously. I definitely do. What'd you find out? Little of substance, unfortunately. I only learned 3 things. 1, the operating room had cutting-edge equipment from the same level of civilization as our own. 2, Subject E is an unknown species. Justice had no data on it whatsoever. 3, although it had been cleaned up, we found a great deal of human blood and tissue there. I'll need additional time to construct a more thorough analysis, but right now Lostbelt takes priority, so I have halted further analysis for the time being. Any questions? You found human blood. Does that mean someone was killed there? Good catch. It had been thoroughly cleaned, but we detected a fair amount, and a little flesh as well. Ah, they must have sprayed it with luminol. So yes, barring someone taking their own life, it's possible murder was committed there. Oh, but it was an operating room, right? Couldn't have someone made a mistake during an operation? True, there's at least half a chance of that. Though I do not believe most surgical errors result in blood splattering a full meter from the operating table. Well, that's enough about Test Subject E. We'll be in hostile territory soon. How are our reinforcements coming along? On it. This is the summoning room. For our mission, Trismegius is recommending that we summon 4 servants. While it would be more energy efficient to summon them from within the Lostbelt, we wouldn't want to repeat the Britain situation. We've already summoned the first one, and she's heading to the command room. Just be patient, we'll have the other 3 on their way soon, too. So who are they going to market to us this time? A wise decision. We would be royally screwed if we only realized we couldn't summon any new servants after we've entered the Lostbelt. Yeah, Lostbelt 6 did not have the concept of, well, there was no humans left in it at all. Even the ones that looked human were just clones made by the fairies, so there was no Throne of Heroes to summon from. Anyway, I wonder who the first summoner heroic spirit conquer the final Lostbelt will be. I hope they're a 5-star with a nice kit. This has its share of harsh environments, you know. So I suspect it'll be muscle-bound, headstrong, gold-cultured gorilla. Who are you calling uncultured? Such insolence from Chaldea's commander. Hey, it's Nitocris, the lady inside the Great Medjed. What are you saying? There is no lady, Pharaoh inside Lord Medjed? I take it you know the servant, then. Nitocris, have you regained memories of your previous summoning? That is, of meeting the Master and the sixth singularity. It seems I have, yes. If you use Chaldea's spirit origin graph to summon me, that would explain why I've retained memories of that particular summoning. Yeah, the whole thing about servants is you're basically summoning a copy. Basically, think of it as the Throne of Heroes having a master copy, and servants are copied off that. They should not have memories of previous summonings there because the data doesn't get because it's not part of their history, their data. Apparently, I believe at some point it's been mentioned that the ones in the, there is some data returned to the throne, but it doesn't change the spirit origin or anything, or master copy any. The franchise kind of goes back and forth whether the Throne of Heroes actually has the servant master copies wandering around and being people, or if it's just a database. It's a, like a hard drive or that sort of thing, so beats me, I'm gonna be honest. You're gonna have to ask someone with a lot more experience in this, as you probably might have guessed from the fact I had to speak with those to understand what the crap an A-ray was. However, this is still technically our first meeting, so a proper introduction must be made. You may raise your heads, people of Chaldea. Oh, they're already raised. How insolent. I suppose I'll let it slide. My name is Nitocris. I'm the incarnation of the Sky God and wielder of the Mirror of the Underworld. Admittedly, I'm not familiar with this land, but the glory of the Pharaoh shines brightly wherever she may go. You may pay me homage and rely upon my aid. Ah, so you're the first servant accompanying us. That's encouraging news. Though you seem a little different from the one we met before. That mash is because my spirit origin's different. This time I have my full power right from the start. Well, I'm glad to have her without Ozzy alongside. A lot of servants feel like they seem glued at the hip with other characters, like how you can't have Edison without Tesla, and you can't have Nitocris without Ozymandias. So if we can get just a bit of Nitocris by herself, I appreciate that. Thanks to the Storm Border providing me with a vast amount of magical energy, my spirit origin has reached its final ideal form. What's more, I can now move about without my master's presence thanks to have gained independent action. Oh nice, you can act on your own. As needed, that's gonna be helpful. That's what you're happy about? I'm astonished, or better yet, stupefied. At any rate, this time around, I'm a very independent servant. I require no magical energy, nor am I bound to Chaldea. I'm completely free. However, I also understand what it is I have to do. Even without the restrictions of a contract, I, Pharaoh Nitocris, will do everything I can to help Chaldea achieve victory in proper human history. Well, sure, it'll be handy to have one of the escort servants able to act independently, but the sheer amount of magical energy needed for that, not to mention the courage it takes to let a servant run around on their own, is insane. You guys must trust Nitocris hell of a lot. Yeah, the thing is, servants are really powerful familiars, like having a living weapon. And allowing a nuclear bomb to act on their own is probably not the best idea unless you know for a fact nothing can go wrong. Yep, even when she was our enemy, she ended up helping us a lot. Nitocris, I'd like you to guard the Master, well, the whole Field Ops team. We expect the journey to involve a lot of travel on foot. So we need a servant who's flexible, good in a group battles, and knows curative magic for disease and injury. So you're basically a bodyguard, huh? In that case, I'd introduce myself as well. I'm Habitrot. Think of me as a guardian fairy who lives in Mash's shield. What a polite one you are. You must be one of Bastet's kin. A pleasure to meet you. What's a Bastet? Yeah, I try to give Habitrot a bit of an old lady voice because the typical depiction of Habitrot is, in fact, of an old lady on a spinning wheel. And I'm pretty sure I'm mispronouncing her name, yes. Habitro? Patra? I don't know. I still pronounce Kate Sith as Kate Sith, even though it's technically supposed to be Cassie, or something like that. You'd think I'd be better at fairy names, given it's me we're talking, but oh well. Very good, and we still have 3 more to summon. Very reassuring, I knew you preferred Lostbelt's singularities. Oh, I'm glad Gordolf prefers this story arc to the last one. Perhaps now we'll be able to enact some mass servant deployments plan we weren't able to use in Tunguska. We'll have that tree of emptiness cut down in no time flat. Once you found it, of course. Oh wait, there is no more tree of emptiness reading in the Lostbelt. Isn't that right, Sion? It is. We see none of the energy readings particular to the tree of emptiness. Though, of course, the fact this Lostbelt continues to exist means there has to be something equivalent to it. Right. Yeah, but it's not, yeah. It requires a lot of power, but you can do it with something other than a tree of emptiness. After all, the 6th Lostbelt was entirely supported by other means itself, even though the tree of emptiness there was chopped down ages ago. Perhaps it somehow died, like in Britain, or like in China, it could have been hidden. Yeah, Kui Xiong had hidden it there to prevent anyone from messing with it. Either way, the Tree of Emptiness can wait. Our top priority here is to defeat the foreign god. We have to stop you, Olga Marie, before she confused with ORT. Please don't forget that. It looks like we're all on the same page with this operation, and good timing. The storm border is about to arrive at the storm wall. Everyone get to your seats and strap in. Run the Triton engines 1 through 3 in parallel. Allocate 60% to propulsion, 40% to defenses. Preparing to breach the supercell surrounding Lostbelt. Activating the defense dimension-piercing drill. It's time to finally take the fight to the foreign god herself. Ah, we've got a fight in our hands already. So might as well grab these things while I'm here. Yeah, I'm just gonna get all these while playing here. Okay, this basically means I can see the story and change the party right before the fight actually happens. That I always appreciate when the story does that, because sometimes it's not always clear if a boss is going to go, "Aha, I found you. I shall send my minions after you now," or, "Ah, I found you. I'll kill you myself." And those both require completely different preparations. We made it through the storm wall. Damage to the hull is, of course, minimum. Alright, cut the commentary. Focus on the report. Get me the external view on the monitors. I want to see the Lostbelt for myself. Roger that. Switching monitor to external camera feed. I just see a blank white screen. Well, I guess after Lostbelt 1 was an ice world, it makes sense for Lostbelt 7 to be a fire world. It's a complete wasteland. I expect to see the Amazon rainforest. Looks more like we flew straight into hell. Dry, barren ground, thick storm clouds everywhere, no plants or animals, rain of volcanic ash. The Amazon's said to be the Earth's lungs, but this place is inhospitable to human life. It's like a prime example of volcanic winter. Even for a Lostbelt, it's utterly beyond the pale. I could not agree more, Goldoff. This is a far cry from Biosphere 1. I am aware Lostbelts are dead branches of human history, but this does not even appear to be part of the same tree. What could have caused this? What process could have resulted in such an environment? Yes, this is shocking, excuse me, but I think you'll want to see this. It's a measurement of the local landmass. What do you make of it, Scion? Pangaea? I recognize this. I think it's called... Oh, what the? It's vaguely familiar. You know what that is, Zemlopus? Yeah, I do. I can't remember what it's called, though. You tell them, Kirlight. It looks like a Pangaea, but that shouldn't be possible. Possible or not, that's exactly what it is. The supercontinent of Pangaea. Right, before the tectonic plates split the different continents, it was thought to be one major one, the Pangaea. I don't understand. Super or not, how can a continent be medicinal? Well, that's Pangaea. Surely not supposed to can't be called a Pangaea. Not Pangaea, Pangaea, a giant landmass of the Mesozoic era that every continent on Earth broke up from. Back in prehistoric times, there was a ton of continental movement and collisions happening on the Earth's crust. And at one point, the continents were all struck together, becoming a single landmass. That was the supercontinent Pangaea. Mesozoic era, so between 252 and 66 million years ago. I didn't know the exact numbers, but I do know yeah, that's the one with the Triassic, Jurassic, and Cretaceous period. Yeah, I remember it because it basically encompasses the 3 major dinosaur periods. Man, he just rattled on those numbers right at the top of his head. Is he a paleontology nut or something? Aha, what are you silly billies talking about? You do realize this is 2019, right? So how in the world could we be seeing Earth from 66 million years ago here? I really wish I knew. Strictly speaking, I don't think this is actually Pangaea, though. I mean, there's no chance of an environment like this giving rise to humanity. They say humans' first ancestors appeared 66 million years ago, but nothing could possibly live here. This looks more like the aftermath of a mass extinction event than... Wait, that's it, a mass extinction. Maybe that's what we're seeing here. Fo. What is it, Fo? Are you trying to tell us something? Oh my, of course. Emergency alert. We have an unidentified object 10 kilometers off our bow. It's heading straight for us. It's fast, freaking me out. It's not even flying. It's surging by. Space is warping itself repeatedly. It's closing in. What do we do, Captain? Keep it together, Marine. Raise the stormboard's electromagnetic barrier and brace for an attack. Look out. Tell us what we're dealing with. Better yet, put it on the monitor. Yes, right away. Here's the enemy silhouette. Oh, crap. Is it Olga Marie already? That's really cool. That's cool artwork, by the way. I do appreciate how all the new ones have all had unique artwork for cutscenes like this. It really just adds a whole experience. Yeah, it's her. I guess as soon as she saw us here, she knew we needed to be what we were here for. it's you. You came here on purpose. Are you a pack of idiots? So you thought you'd keep your recent momentum going, cut down the 7th tree, did you? You should have thought better. Do you even realize where you are? I chose this lost belt myself to serve as my home away from home. I can sense anything amiss here instantly. I'll be damned if I start letting unauthorized migrants in while I'm still Earth's ruler. Normally I just use my gravity field to crush you and your dinky little ride in the blink of an eye, but then there'd be no game. But rejoice, I'm in an excellent mood just now. You see, I've just killed 7 of your grand servants, the so-called pinnacles of humanity's final magecraft all at once. I'm gonna be real here. While I understand how powerful grand servants are, it kind of loses something. Well, it's what I said before. If the spectacle creep keeps getting higher and higher, it's hard to feel like it's at... It's hard to feel all that, I'm not sure how to put it in words, but you know what I mean, right? It just keeps getting more and more ridiculous, the point it gets a bit hard to take seriously. So you know what? I'm gonna give you all a chance. Time to show you that I'm the only being worthy of ruling this planet rather than just telling you. Now come on out, humans. I'll be your final battle. Make sure it's at least face to face. She's here already, huh? Well, I guess we can kill her here and then we can all go home early. That'll be nice. That's so sudden, I can't even think. What is this about home away from home? What does she think this is, a vacation? Well, at least she's giving us a chance. Apparently, she's so confident she doesn't mean to use that ludicrously powerful black hole power she has. The fool! Alright then, if it's a servant fight she wants, it's a servant fight she gets. Master, you'll stay in the command room to summon and command your servants remotely. Mash, you head to the deck and guard them. Remember, the cornerstone of our defense. Scion, Da Vinci, you said we're good to go at any time, yes? Of course, the human... Well, it can begin its firing sequence now. Good, we'll begin the operation immediately. The target is Olga Marie, the foreign god. We'll start by defeating her in the servant battle, then pull her off the boarder's deck. After that, we'll hit her with a direct blast to neutralize her. Remember, everything is riding on this one battle. So let's go, people. Give everything you got, and then some. I guess we'll find out. I guess we really are gonna no-sell it against her. Mash is necessary as a starting party member. The enemy class is unknown, but we know this is a beast candidate, so I don't think it matters. I need someone who's strong and single target. No, Kosai's AoE. Yeah, she's AoE. Ruler Martha is single target, and wow, this one's really well invested. Nobunaga's Demon King Nobunaga's AoE. Lady Avalon's a nice support, but I can bring my own. Type in Dante's AoE. Dang, there are really no single targets in here. Archetype Earth. That's a reasonably high investment one. Alright, what about all? Oh, that's only MP1. Wow, no single targets here, really? I was gonna bring my own supports here, but they're going to not give me any good single targets, then I might have... Musashi's fine, but MP1 might be a bit limiting. Barghest is okay, but AoE. Poor Sigurd. They keep buffing him with stuff he does not actually need to be good. Saber Tomoe is a really weak servant, unfortunately. Siegfried would be great if she counts as a dragon, but I do not believe she is. Guess we can give it a go. Time for a boss kill in time. Here we are. Yeah, I'm gonna have to level Mash. It's not, strictly speaking, necessary, but I think it'll be useful. Alright, the Trunk Sisters are going to be our main damage dealer. The Trunk Sisters were originally a planned summoning option, but I'm gonna be honest, the event didn't exactly sell me on them. You welcome me. Your voyage ends here. Do you think you escaped my nose this whole time? Not a chance. You merely slipped my mind. Oh, she's not even a beast. I commend you for coming and not cowering. How much gauge is the whole Trunk Sisters again? Here we are. How much percent? I really wish I didn't have to open the wiki for this stuff. There's really no reason for it not to be written there. Although I do love the Lostbelt final boss theme. This is really good. All right, let's see here. Yeah, it's 30%. So yeah, this is perfect for what they have right now. Let's walk our line together. Yeah, the Water Monster Crisis event was unfortunately, it didn't sell me on them as much as I was hoping it would be. I do like them aesthetically, and I'm glad the Pokemon artist does more than just Pokemon. They do genuinely do great work. Yeah, see that artwork and the animations are all beautiful, but I guess I didn't feel much, so, alright, world shaking. Oh, wow. Remove buff. There we are. Alright, let's get the Trunk Sisters back up here. Moldy Camelot. Alright, this should be fine. Alright, here we go. Resurrection from Hades. This should keep everyone from dying on the NP turn. The Trunk Sisters are considered kind of underpowered, and it doesn't help that their main competition is a main pool Saber. Alright, the guts should protect everyone from, oh wow, that didn't kill all the Trunk Sisters. Oh! Oh, I wasn't expecting 2 in a row. But the Trunk Sisters were kept alive. I'm pretty sure she already performed 2 attacks. 7's too few. Bring 100. I think I can at least get that first break bar down. Alright, let's go full Trunk Sisters here. If I can, I think the fight will end as soon as I get rid of that break bar, so let's get rid of it. You know, think about it, I don't think there's a single set of sibling servants that isn't some form of sibling heal. Like I was told the Trunk Sisters weren't, but the event makes it clear they absolutely are. There we go. Not bad, feels like a gentleman. Alright, we should be able to do this then. It's possible I'm supposed to lose this fight to continue, but doesn't mean I can't bring as much as I can. Sadly, the Trunk Sisters aren't nearly as powerful as the Dioscuri twins, and the Dioscuri twins are our main pool, so they get a guaranteed rate up every year, unlike a limited, which can be, well, anywhere between, you know, a matter of months to 2 years. I'm gonna do what I can, but I don't think it's gonna help. Unfortunately, I don't think Jason's NP is gonna help me to any degree, so my only hope... if I go with Buster first, that'll increase my art's damage, and thus the NP will power up, so let's do it this way. Yep, art's up, so let's go. Yeah, the Trunk Sisters want you to alternate between the red and blue cards. Olga Marie is unscathed. No, she's not. Did you see that? I told you, she's just at my eye. Come now, I just took out 2 break bars. There we are. I'm guessing, I guess it would there's a chance it might continue if I hadn't won. Some fights you're supposed to lose allow you to continue after beating a break bar or 2 like that, while others just continue after losing. Honestly, I think we could have kept this up a good while. Not too much longer, but in general. Ha 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 ha. You're a long way from hurting me, but a bit of pressure on my skin is nice for once. Your skills are impressive. It makes the time I spent learning to play on your level worthwhile. But now I think it's time for my big move. That's right, the one you've been waiting for, my gravitational field power. Not on my watch. I should be able to handle one of that size on my own. Shield of White, let only those without sin pass. Mold Camelot. Guess she's not without sin. What? You batted it back like it was the ball? Wait, I know this. I've seen records of it. You're going to play tennis with me like Ganondorf. This is tennis. Didn't tell me you were always a bit of tennis. I'm not. What? But I always want to go to the championship. Now, command room. Born God is on the move after taking her own attack. She's on the outer edge. All engineers full reverse. Ready the primary cannons. Da Vinci, I'm on it. Firing sequence done. All thanks to the time the Master brought us. Stormboarders transition to drawn sword form. Complete. Anti-threat response valve open. Initiating magical energy circulation. Time for the ship's magical girl transformation. Virtual Triton engines 5 and 6 fully operational. Power supply from void space remains stable at maximum. We're good to go, Captain. Let her rip before it all comes crashing down. That's cool, but I have no idea what it is. We're basically applying the same principle used for the Black Barrel. The Black Barrel measures the target's lifespan and inverts it into projectile energy. For the Sacred Sword armament, we made sure to measure a target's threat to humanity and proportionally drop on the Earth's own defenses. You know how a living thing sends white blood cells after threats? Earth provides energy from its core to prepare a similar defense. That lets both the Black Barrel and Sacred Storm armament's power and heat usage come from something greater than we can provide ourselves. Right, which means using the armament doesn't actually consume too much of the Stormboarder's own energy. We can keep flying without problem. Captain, you're up. Gunner, lock your target and make sure you hit. We will never get another shot at this. Don't worry, our target may be small, but the primary emission cone is phenomenal. Correcting for margin of error, releasing Sheba firing safety. Swapping the primary cannon's magazine to human barrel. Ray-proof fire! And for the record, yeah, the Trunk Sisters are in fact drawn by the same artist for Pokemon Sword and Shield. I'm really glad they're able, like I said, I'm glad they're able to get some work outside the Pokemon series, because they do good work. As expected, 100% no sell. It did absolutely nothing. Yeah, see, I didn't even need to be spoiled to know it was gonna do jack and shit. The Foreign God's still alive. If anything, she's stronger now. She absorbed all the energy from the blast. Huh? But how? She must be cheating somehow. I bet those horns are able to absorb it. No, that can't be it. The Ray-proof was designed to accommodate for scenarios like that. But the primary can's power output did drop well below expected parameters right before it's fired, which means... Snap out of it, all of you. Just look at her. Even she has no idea how she survived. It's pretty clear she's really mad. She's about to take her anger out on us in a big way, and she's going to use the gravitation field that destroyed the Wandering Sea to do it. Crap, get a second round loaded. I'm switching the settings for the next shot. If we change from photon reaction round to the armored jacket. Wait, stop. Pick up an anomaly. A huge chunk of ground is falling apart. There's a massive hollow. Wait, how deep is this? I got a really, really hot heat source from the underground. It's right beneath us. Right beneath us? Oh yeah, we didn't even have Nidocris with us. We didn't get an option for a story servant support. What is that? Don't tell me that's a Foreign God's new attack. No, it's something else. The Foundation of Humanity rating just gave it a negative value. It came from this Lostbelt. Internal pressure, 200 billion. Temperature, 60 million degrees. Density, 160 times. That's the sun, no doubt about it. Wait, Monet, what's the situation on the deck? The Foreign God and that pillar are facing each other. Mash is standing by. She's ready to react to either of them. Honestly, she's pushing herself too hard. Mash, get back inside. Stand by the Shadow Border's hangar. Understood. Falling back to Hangar 1. And Master Cathog, that goes for you too. In fact, the entire rest of the staff should hurry the Stormboarder's hangar. Interesting. So that implies that it actually would have successfully killed her if it landed, but something basically siphoned the power from us while it was attacking, and causing it to be significantly weakened. You want the retreat? What about me? It's still too soon for the commander to leave. As for Scion, she has to stay here to keep me around. Da Vinci, leave the computer room and head for the hangar as soon as you get a chance as well. Wait, I'm the only staff member remaining? Commander or not, I'm still the only human. Get a hold of yourself. You have nothing to worry about. I'll be here. Oh, but what about the Nemos? Nemo is the Stormboarder, remember? He's telling us sensing danger. Do what he says. Yeah, the captain in this case has no choice but to go down with the ship if it goes down, because if he dies, it dies, and vice versa. Once we meet back up with Mash, he'll be able to act more freely, isn't that right? Exactly. Now go on, all of you. Hurry to the hangar. Here, I'll send a Marine with you. If you need to contact me, do so through him. Aye, aye, Captain, you can count on me. Yeah, Nemo's special power is he can split himself into as many copies as needed to pilot ship. What's this light? I didn't say anything like this in that subterranean world. Wait. What do you think you're doing? The ship is my quarry. Leave it alone. The sensation, it's not light or fire, but a fusion of plant and mineral. So it's a sun, plant, fire, mineral? But nothing like that should exist anywhere in... Oh, damn, I can't hold off. Is this actually more powerful than me? Oh boy, not only have we reached power creep, we've even power crept the power creep already. Oh man, I don't like the sound of that at all. And what's this heat? What's going on? No gawking. Running time now. Running time now. Nemo wants us in the hangar so we can get on the shadow border. And that means he thinks that we might crash, right? Yeah, that's right. Wait, really? Oh gosh, you're so cool under pressure, Captain. That's way outside our area. We can carry supplies, give reports, cleans. Oh dear, this is bad. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Nemo knew there was no way the ship was getting out of this. He need to at least make sure the humans were all left. No way. Gasp. And the fact you can see my character in here means there's two separate artworks here. One for the male Ritsuka, one for the female Ritsuka. Well, I guess this is it for me. Ah, well, I managed to take out 6 out of the 7. I'd say that's a pretty good track record, considering how few options I had left. And you know, going entirely free to play. Huff, huff. Unfortunately, Nemo did not come home when I tried to summon him when his banner came, so if this is it for him, I don't get him anymore. All hands, the storm border sustained massive damage. It cannot stay airborne. I'm gonna attempt to bring us down the No, in the hole that opened. Brace for impact. I've also used our remaining magical energy resources to summon the other 3 heroic spirits as planned. They should be able to help the Master. I'm sorry, that is all. I'm gonna use all the magical energy I have left to land safely, whatever it takes to keep all of you alive. After that, I wish you luck. I can tell the story's reaching its end. Lostbelt depth A++. Golden Sea of Trees, Nahui Mictlan, those who rule the planet. The Golden Sea of Trees. You could tell that Nasu had been playing Elden Ring when he was writing this story. Well, as long as we don't have to fight Radon, I think we'll be in good shape. Oh, dang! Ah, now it finally increases attack stat for all allies, so we'll... Oh, it did change the Lord Camel. Tragic Shield of Rousal. Target focus, apply invincible. Decrease HP. And large amount of sea stars. Oh, because I have all of our skins. Everything has to upgrade. What's here? Not much, it looks like. Might as well grab some more ceremonial swords. The Golden Sea of Trees. Title drop. Ooh. Wow, where am I? Am I dead? Is this the afterlife? Oh dang, when I was falling I should have made that Futurama reference, but someone faggot in my way! I can barely see anything, and there's no one else here. I feel weirdly at ease, though. Well, if it's Underworld, we might meet a Reshkakal. Well, no sense just staying here. Actually, I think we have quite a few, Underworld deities here. I think even... Yeah, even, yeah. King Hassan and, Nitocris also count as ones. A campfire? Who's this guy? Some kind of biker? Huh? Oh, just a new one. You're just awfully light. What era are you from? Never mind. Now that you're here, we're all the same. Tired, huh? Go and take a seat. Okay, thanks. No point in, getting ready for a fight. Right across from me, huh? Gutsy. We're used to meeting new people while traveling. I do like that smug-ass grin. Don't bother introducing yourself, though. Not much use for names here. Handshake will do. That's custom nowadays, yes? Mages shouldn't be too quick to extend a hand. That's so. Too bad. I want to see the hand of a warrior without a single injury for once. Oh, the Stormboarder. Not a bad weapon. That belong to you guys? I love modern weapons. They're ugly, a pain, and most of all, expensive. I'm a fan. Life's always growing and changing, so weapons ought to do the same. Can't say I'm impressed if you're the ones using that weapon, though. Have been fighting a war worthy of it? Your brand of war is the sword I hate most of all. Sounds like you know me. Goals, drives, all that's fine. No problems there. Your methods, though? War without casualties? What a crock. What do you mean without casualties? We erased 6 whole timelines before this point. You ask me, there's no real war without death. Should be about the same number of casualties on either side. Don't kid yourself. You're not having lost any humans isn't because your cause is righteous or anything. You've just been lucky. And, well, that doesn't ever last. Well, no, it's that there's not really many humans left to lose in general. In case you haven't noticed, the world outside has been, bleached white. Take a flying ship there. No human aboard that's gonna survive. Not a single warrior. They'll never wind up here when they die. Wait, does that mean I see you as a warrior? I don't know what Blue is thinking. Whatever. Probably just another fluke. No one's gonna survive, huh? I guess we'll see about that. Huh? Take it easy, will ya? You'll never make it that ship. Anyway, they're still alive in there. They're falling from the surface. From silencing Ilkadal. They're on a whole other world from your dead self. You still want to reach them every know it's impossible? Yeah, this wouldn't be the first time I've done something impossible. Might as well make a habit of it. Didn't think my opinion of you could get any lower, but here we are. And since we've met, it's my job to guide you. So I'll give you directions in exchange for a weapon. As you can see, my tastes go towards modern. I'm particularly fond of 21st century firearms. What can give me help your doomed friends? Anything valuable? Nothing like that. Servants aren't modern. Can't send you back then. You'll have to stay here like a good little corpse. But this is the most powerful weapon I do have. Whoa, the whole shebang, huh? I'll be damned. Breathtakingly stupid, but still, you got guts if nothing else. Alright then, I got no use for these myself, but I can tell they're the greatest weapon you have. You got a deal. I'll get you out of your doomed destiny. Now step away from the fire. Gotta launch you over the way a second there. What are you looking at me for? Don't need to be thanking me. Really don't need the tears. This is a business transaction, pure and simple. Oh, but there's one problem that needs to be solved. Hang on. See, this weapon's worth more than your life, and that decision itself is worth more than that. So I can't send you back to the living and call it a day. I'll use some change, too. Will this do? A skull. What is this? He said not to thank him, so might as well just be straightforward with it. It's a Kadavadazakada, a sugar skull. People who like them really like them. Hang on to it. It might come in handy sometime. We'll see ya. What the? Where'd this pit come from? And I'm falling into it. Darn it, I'm falling up again, aren't I? I guess that must have been Sharon or something. Would make sense. In SMT4 Apocalypse, you can absolutely pay Sharon to look the other way. Wake up. Makeup Master, if we don't do something, we're all dead. You're the only one I can count on. Huh? Wait a minute, where am I? Oh, thank the gods you're awake. You're really awake. I'm sorry I couldn't get back the ship, but I'm glad you're okay. Oh, right, probably don't know what's going on. Well, we're inside a weird cave. The corridor we're in reached, and we were both sucked out of the storm border. Right. The pressure. I held on to as tight as I could, and we fell together. Next thing I knew, I woke up and found us here. The end. And what about the foggy world? Foggy? What are you talking about? We lost consciousness, and this is where we ended up. Anyway, what are you whispering? Oh, about that. Look over there, but really slowly, alright? Ah, balls. There's an enemy there, isn't there? Oh, I was expecting an enemy, but not the enemy. But for the foreign god to be here, that would mean she was defeated in that fight. Why are you shouting? You're gonna wake her up. Keep it down, will you? That's no way to treat a noble visiting from all the way across the universe. You know, I expect a parade to welcome me, but I don't get as much as a round of applause. Wait, what? Who are you? What are you doing in my home? I didn't invite you. Wait, you didn't know it was my home, did you? If you had, you'd never dared sneak in. The fact you don't seem to have attacked me while I was shut down means... I see you two are harmless primitives. Fortunately for you, I'm not so bereft of options as to kill hapless Earthlings who happen to wander in my lair. Very well, listen up, Earthlings. I'm a higher being who's come to rule this planet. And my name is... Director Olga Marie, correct? Indeed, I am you, Olga... How'd you know that? Who are you? Are you not just another mysterious creature? No, for that matter. Who am I? Why am I talking to you? Well, this story has certainly taken a turn. Granted, they did imply that she had a bit of an awkwardness to her in the previous time she showed up, so this isn't entirely out of nowhere. Hey, Master, do you think she's... Oh man, she's lost her memories. That could be to our benefit, however. This is definitely one situation where we'd prefer, Sure, alright, so let me make sure I got all this straight. You're an alien and you came here from outer space. You remember your name and your goal, but you were grievously injured in this some sort of accident. And now you don't remember anything else. That's right, not a bad summary, Earthling. You could make a worthy secretary. More specifically, I teleported here rather than simply journeying. I made this vessel in order to let me operate in the space-time. Came out rather well, don't you think? What about you? What's your name and goal? That goes for your little steward as well. I'm Marine number 4. Please don't kill me, don't kill me. I am the last master. I knew it, she's angry. That was a funny expression she gave. I should have... Oh, dang. By the time I saw her doing it, I'd already clicked... tapped off. I wouldn't just kill you for no reason, but still, that's weird. The instant I heard, I wanted to pop you in the mouth. Anyways, now that we've met here, you and I are friends, reluctantly, but still. I'm not thrilled my first Earth friends are a couple of weaklings, but first contact is still important. Besides, meeting people halfway is the first step to opening negotiations, so now that we've taken care of introductions, show me around Earth. You two, I'm appointing you both as my interstellar ambassadors. What do we do, Master? The press here is not listening to what we say. Wow, me an interstellar ambassador. I've really moved up in the world. Oh, you can thank me later, since I'm sure you're nearly bursting with gratitude. Oh, most definitely. I can sure tell from your brainwaves you're both quite stressed. If I'm to rule, I can't well turn a blind eye to the people and they're in trouble. Now, let's get out of this cave. I think the exit's that way. This is horrible. She's gonna kill us if we don't do what she says, right? I can't say for sure, but I don't think that's going to happen. Really? I think she's just as confused with the situation as we are, for blunt. Oh dang, that's a beautiful vista. Oh crap, though, pyramid with fingers surrounding it, yeah. I've long since learned to be wary of giant fingers. I mean, not that you shouldn't not be wary of giant fingers, but especially more so after Elden Ring. Okay, I guess the coughing there's a sign I need to take a sip of my drink. Ah, neat. Oh wow, it's a tube. Cylindrical. Unable to use. Let me check something real quick. Okay, so yeah, I can use my command seals in the regular game modes just fine. It's only in Lostbelt 7 where they're disabled. That makes sense. I figured that was gonna be the case, but I wanted to check just to be sure. A fight, eh? Alright, give me a moment, let me grab some of my drink. Yeah, these are absolute murder on my throat, so I need to be more generous with my water usage. Ooh, I get a new material for completing this. Marine. Wow, you can smell the plant life everywhere. It's a real South American rainforest. There's a sky, wind, sun, everything. It's hot too. I'd be sweating buckets if I was human. Look, Master, over there. I've never seen a flower like this. This an agave or something? What a funny-looking plant. Something on your mind, Madam President? Not especially, no. This place just feels familiar. I must have already known about it. So I was just thinking about what could have happened to make me forget. That makes sense, right? Well, never mind that. I know that if I see something I knew from before, I can remember it. So it shouldn't take long for I'm back to my old self, right? Anyways, I'm not impressed. Are you sure it can survive this mindset? I'm detecting creatures moving this way. Their brainwaves suggest violence. Ferocious animals, probably. Are you gonna be okay? Time to summon some servants. Marine, get behind me. What are you doing? Was something supposed to happen? Oh, right. I don't have any command spells. Huh. Jaguar warriors with guns. Modern, that's interesting. You saved me, thanks, that's cool, I'm in love. You're in love with me? Do you think I'm cool? I see. I suppose you're going to continue being impressed, because these things are no threat to me whatsoever. No matter how different life forms may be, or how incompatible their mutual goals, it's still terribly rude to communicate with your fists rather than your words. Looks like you people need to be taught us in diplomacy. Go on then, come at me. A rainbow. On this map, your Mystic Code's appearance will be locked as the Chaldea Uniform Decisive Battle. However, you can use Master Skills associated with the one you have equipped in Party Setup. Let's do the New Year's one. Just because I want to level it a bit. Looks like she has a full arts deck. That stat line is not half bad. In fact, it kind of looks like, also, her color being rainbow is very unique. Interesting. Her card color being rainbow is one of the things I was unfortunately spoiled on. But this is also why there's been a lot of speculation if maybe they will introduce a new 6-star rarity, or perhaps a new way of grailing beyond 100. 120, I mean. Let's see, what's this? Ultra Manifest. Applies state where the command... Unselectable for all allies. No effect when only one servant's on the field. Alright, so basically, using this locks it so that only Olga's cards can be used. I cannot use anyone else's. Inflict NPC will decrease HP recovered all enemies. What's this? Atomic Plant. Inflict burned all enemies, set in gauge a max, and randomly decrease HP for yourself. Ultimate. UC. Usable only when your NP gauge is on desire. Set it to 0. Apply, ignore invincible. Increase buster card. Increase NP gain for all allies. So basically she sacrifices her own NP gauge to give it to everyone else. I can still use my own stuff just fine. Let's see how our command cards work. Wait a minute, is that an AoE on a basic attack card? I mean, it's her extra attack, but wow. Her NP is ready. Error. Planet Olga Marie. I won't show you. Ah. I said I won't show you. I told you not right now. You know, if she's gonna change her dialogue, I'm gonna be looping. Oh, she won't sit. Okay, so yeah, that's the whole point of this. Let's try this. But yeah, an AoE, that's interesting. Her Buster is also AoE. Wow. Alright, let's see some more of her animations then. Interesting. Usually you have to wait for the whole combo to end before, Yeah, it looks like the New Year's Mystic Coat outfit will max out rather quickly. I do like to use each Mystic Code. I don't have them all maxed, but it is kind of neat to see what each one offers. Although, there's as you can probably guess, there's only one or two that are considered, for lack of a better term, meta. Still, as of the 2 years in the future that the home server is, we don't have any new stars or any other way to make your cards rainbow like hers. As far as we're aware, it could just be a one-off thing. They never intended to be anything other than Marie's. Speaking in wingdings, I suppose Gaster is following me here? Wouldn't that be horrible? So they ran off. Actually, I don't follow the Gaster things. I just thought it'd be relevant. It'd be fitting to mention. So they ran off without as much as an apology. These primitive creatures must be an enemy faction. Whoa, you're so strong. Well, of course. Who do you think I am? I'm Olgrim, future ruler of Earth. Something tells me this is barely a typo. Like, this is barely a typo in a document. Once I found them, I can erase them with a finger. Oh, so they're calm, but I never think much about them? That's a weirdly relatable analogy. Is it? I mean, it just kind of popped out of my mouth. I don't remember them, but maybe whatever educational materials I had to learn about Earth weren't the best. Yeah, it looks like the foreign god part of her is being suppressed, so Olga herself is able to take control of the body a bit more. Which is good, because earlier I was wondering how much of Olga was actually in there. Anyway, we should get going before more show up. Oh yeah, good thinking, Master. It's dangerous staying in the same spot, plus there could be a bunch more nearby. Not that any number of them would make a difference to me. I suppose that's not true of you two. Getting shot would hurt you. I swear, I can't for the life of me figure out why creatures of the planet evolve like that. It's so inconvenient. Well, thanks for worrying about us. I'll go patrol our surroundings. I can't fight like the captain, but I'm pretty good lookout. Yeah, Nemo can fight just fine, but the Marines are just weakened copies split to run the ship. They weren't meant to fight. He's going patrol. I thought he was just gonna keep hiding behind me. Right person for the right job, I guess. Sounds boring, at least perspective of being from outer space. I've never heard of such a weak creature not just letting the stronger one handle everything. Are you like that too? Since you did fight in battle, you explore. Probably seemed like your first battle, since you need to run behind a tree to get a vantage point. But have you been that many battles with that fragile vessel and so few years in operation? What are you guys doing? Come on! I found a big plant. I think it's food. Let's go check it out. Bet it's yummy. What? Well, what's wrong? Uh-oh, are those Jaguar guys coming back? No, you just grabbed my hand out of nowhere, but earlier you were emitting red wavelengths. Red means wariness, fear, but now it's blue for conversational? Interesting, so she has the power to read emotions. That is actually pretty major. As much as people like to hold up mind reading as a huge power, you can actually hide your conscious thoughts rather well if you know how to focus them. but your emotions, your subconscious, that is significantly harder to hide. So, which is why I personally consider the ability to read emotions to be much stronger than actually mind reading. And for some reason, the Master was sending yellow wavelengths, join friendliness right from the start even. We were still kind of scary, but now I know I'd be afraid of you. And he's probably hoping you'll become summonable or something. Thanks again for helping us. Sorry to sound the other saying this, but I'm definitely vote for you as President of Earth now. Wait, what'd you say? I helped you out a little bit, now you want to support me? Is this a trick of some kind, or Earthling is actually this easy? She doesn't just look like the director. She acts just like her. Yeah, I genuinely did not know that my question would be answered immediately. Huh? What was that? Then again, I do appreciate that we're getting right to the story here. My understanding is that this one is not nearly as Lostbelt 7 is not nearly as long as 6, but I think that's probably a good thing because too many like Lostbelt 6 length might be a little draining, if we're honest, because that one really took a while. Wasn't just me, maybe it's one of those guys we just saw. I thought they'd come back. You could tell they're as tenacious as all heck. With you around, Yuo, I don't have to be scared. What are you gonna do? Talk it over with them? If it goes well, I bet you can get more supporters. Heh, I see you're starting to get me, child. Really, I didn't come here to eradicate you. I don't have that kind of time. I heard cries of distress, so I came here to make things better. No matter how ferocious or belligerent or indiscriminate these creatures may be, I'm gonna start by talking. Oh, that's a dinosaur. And hey, feathered dinosaur. That's pretty cool. And I've changed my mind. Okay, yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to do a brave chains with... Not brave, because I can only do brave chains with one servant. Dinosaur A and B. Organism wave. Sure hit and reduce attack damage to 0. Well... I won't show you. Well, in that case... Notice how she gets invuln pierce. Alright, now that we know how to do this... A full AoE set should make this easier. Lamentation without reason. So they're just sad for no reason? I'll grab these stars so that I can do it this way. And there we go. We need to get rid of these invuln pierces before her invuln pierce buff goes away. I was gonna say these guys hit surprisingly hard, but then I remembered, oh yeah, I lose HP from her skill too. Interesting, they're berserkers, but they're not dealing bonus damage to her. Oh, they died to the tick damage, that's funny. Well, no complaints here. I imagine when she finally does show... When her NP does finally show up, it's gonna be a big deal, because... But yeah, it's also specifying that she's not using it because she's, not it's she herself is choosing not to, not because there's no ability to do so. Roar. Forget I eat these things. No way, I didn't know you're scared of reptiles, Madam President. You lost my vote. Oh, come on, everyone's afraid of something, right? Master, get over here and do something. You have some kind of trick up your sleeve, right? Oh, without my command spells or the ability to summon. Definitely a dinosaur. Wait, it's the Chaldean. Even if this is their first time encountering them, I can't believe you couldn't get rid of a few unthinking dinos. I'm pretty sure that's pronounced dinos. But it looks like it should be Danos. But it's him. You're supposed to be the last master of humanity. What a pitiful showing. Or maybe... You've let the last six Lost Belts you dealt with go to your head? Such foolishness would certainly be on brand for you. Yeah, he's using Romani's body, but he's nothing like him. There's been a speculation that he might be Godia in return somehow, but I don't know. Who's that? Do you know him? Yeah, that's Romani Arkman. Or at least someone claiming to be him. Yeah, the real Romani was sacrificed himself in a way that even removed his records from history, including the Throne of Heroes itself. He can't possibly be summoned. So are we finally going to be getting some answers? Yep, I think that's all of them. So, Lostbelt 7, all the quartz. There we are. Right, I need to do the... I'll do the... later, after the stream. Right now I want to do the story. You're... just claiming to be Romani Arkman. It's true. So for the moment, I'll use that name. Humans often say it's on the inside that counts. A name, even if a false one, is just a convenient address. You know I'm not who I appear to be, so I see no issue in using whatever name I do. It shouldn't be, but I do. Maybe, but I do. That guy's kind of a huge deal. I see, our opinions would seem to differ greatly on the matter. Still stubborn as ever, are you? I know you witnessed Britain's end and that you reached the depths of that massive singularity. I'm also fairly certain that you've not sustained any fatal injuries thus far. So why are you not summoning servants? Have you endured some kind of mental trauma? It can't be a problem with your mystic code, or you wouldn't have been able to survive in this subterranean world at all. Can I really trust him with this information? Trying to hide your right hand, you didn't mean to do that, did you? I see, your command spells are gone. So you gave away your very ability to function as a master. I don't believe it. So you're no longer a master. You'll never be able to call on servants as you are. If you want to survive, you'll need to alter your tactics a bit. Wait a minute. What? You have no business with me? As you are now, neither do I have with any of you. Don't you want to see MASH? So you've traded off your offensive capabilities for a new capacity to hit where it hurts. Go to the mountains south of here and look for one that resembles a great horn. You'll find MASH Carolite in the cavern there. Just like the other servant there, she fell out of the storm border in an attempt to rescue you. Holmes the disciple may be gone, but your job remains the same. I'm conflicted as to whether or not I should say this, but if humankind actually succeeds in excising all 7 Lostbelts, then and only then will I recognize you as my enemies. I don't expect that to happen, however. You're up against Daybit Semvoid, and defeating ORT is beyond your means. I see, so that was Dr. Roman, or at least the guy looks just like him. I'm sorry, we have information about the doctor in the database, so I don't really know how to react. What about you, Yuo? You seem like you were kind of freezing up. I have no opinion of him at all. Is he even a living being? He gave off no wavelengths at all and completely ignored me. It's just that she doesn't know who the doctor is, but it seems like he knew who you were, at least. How could that be? He didn't so much as say my name. Anyways, he said we should go to the mountain all the way over there, yes? I suppose we might as well do that. Oh yeah, that's right. He said MASH was there. Come on, let's go, Master. The sooner we meet up, the sooner we can reform Team Chaldea. Team Chaldea. Dang. A servant with AoE in their basic attacks. That's a huge boon. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be maxing out Mash's level. There's a number... It's always good to have her at maxed out. I just had some other stuff I was focusing on at the time. But now those are complete. I should be focusing on that, I guess. Let me grab another sip of my drink. This is going to be another long one. Alrighty. Oh man, I'm so tired. This should be the key looking for, right? I don't mind walking about. What's all the guys with guns? I lost track of how many times I've attacked us along the way. Did I work for this Lostbelt king? Oh, come on. They could have at least given me the drops from defeating them all. You can never have too many mats in storage, that's for sure. Do you think they work for Lostbelt king? That would make sense. They probably see Chaldea as a problem to be dealt with. If that do, that would mean they already know about Chaldea. Hey, what's this word you've been throwing around mean? You're the master, right? And you're Marine? So who's Chaldea? Another one of you out there? Sorry, but I'll have to tell you that after the things have calmed down, because for the moment... Whoa, it's so nice and cool in here, and there's light, and a desk. This must be a peaceful, civilized human living space. I mean, I don't see any guns here at all. I bet whoever lives here is kind and gentle. Oh, I see what visitors are the ones from Chaldea Romani told me about. You guys hear that? It sounds like it came from the wall. Hi, did I surprise you? My apologies. I can turn off my camo now. I find I do my best when I'm alone, so sometimes I end up blending into the background. Sorry about that. Ooh, it's a, dinosaur. What? Ah, dinosaur, help! Oh, am I the first dino you've met then? Dinos I've met then? Please calm down, person of proper human history. You're what's called a servant, correct? My name is Tepu. Definitely this name tag still says definitely a dinosaur. I'm a Dinos living out quiet retirement here in this cave. My species may look different from yours, but we're actually still the prime species of this world, capable of learning, growing, and retaining our shared pool of knowledge. This is to say, we're this world's dominant species. It's humanity, if you will. Did we enter Chrono Trigger when I wasn't looking? As a rule, we don't need other intelligent life forms. We're in fact herbivores. So as long as we have water and sunlight, we don't even need to eat plants. So please rest assured I won't try to eat you to satisfy nutritional needs. Say, how about a drink? Mictlan has been very hot lately, so I assume you need to hydrate. Oh, well, I just did, thanks. That's okay, we'll be on our way and get out of your, feathers. Hey, Tepu, I finished fetching water from the underground spring. What should I do next? Want me to polish those weird bronze statues up the mountain? Oh, I don't think those are statues, Habitra. I think they're part of an observatory. I noticed they have some measuring instruments, each carved to mark degrees of an angle, to make it easier to get an exact read on the position of the star. Oh, Senpai. I mean, good to see you, Master. I knew from my last communication with the border you were all right, but I didn't think I'd see you again so soon. I'm glad you're okay. Oh, sorry to worry you. I mean, she's gonna notice Olga there in a minute. So this is Chaldea. She doesn't look like I imagined she would. Oh, never mind that. Hello, Chaldea. I'm Olga Marie, the kind-hearted alien who brought the Master all the way here. Huh? Olga Marie, director? You, Olga Marie, not Olga Marie. You can at least be respectful enough to use my full name. Make sure you don't follow this guy's example of calling me UO or whatever either. Oh no, MASH has blue screened. Hold on, let me just reboot her. Okay, I'll calm down. I'm sorry you had to see that. It's not your fault, MASH. I know it would be flummoxed under these conditions. I mean, that's the... Smack. What? Nothing. The point is, I don't understand what's happening right now. You're suffering from memory loss. Can only remember your name and objective. Is that correct? Thank you for taking the time to help Senpai and Marine, especially given all you've dealt with. Good, you should be. If I hadn't been there, those guys would be... On second thought, something tells me they would still be alive. Why are you shushing me? That's a fool, alright? Please stop, Habitra. Don't use that name for now. I know. Why don't you tell us about yourself, Tepu? You want to hear more from me? Yeah, we're not familiar with this planet species. Olga noticed that I was blatantly changing the subject. Well, as you can probably guess, I've been living away from the city for a while now, so I'm not up to date with current affairs, but if you're okay with that, I'm happy to tell you what I do know. Master, I've met someone who told me about the world of proper human history. He said the strongest, most objectively correct history to ever exist. I also know about your world. Our world is apparently what's called a Lostbelt. That means it's an impossible world that should not have existed, and it was supposed to have been pruned long ago. Did he tell you about Chaldea as well? Yes, in fact, that's how he introduced myself. A very enlightening conversation. Proper human history in the Lostbelt. A history meant to remain, and a history meant to disappear. I believe I understand the relationship between the two, so I want to be clear about something up front. I do not see you as enemies. You're our guests, as far as I'm concerned. You're not invaders to threaten our livelihoods, nor conquerors bent on taking our world. You're friends from another world, here to do what you must. Really? Oh, but we came here to erase it, yes? That's not worry, we Dinos do not care. This may not be the case where you come from, but here worlds inevitably come to an end at some point. We are not concerned about how that happens, and therefore have no reason to see you as enemies. Oh, really? But if the world disappears, so would I? Yes, that's true, but so what? I would certainly put up a fight if my disappearance would result in the disappearance of this world as well. But fortunately, I'm quite certain that isn't the case. If anything, I'm more worried about all of you. If you die, your world dies with you, no? Quite a different situation than the one we face. So simply as one person as another, I cannot help but support your endeavor. And down the road, I urge you to stay strong and make whatever choices you must out of shame or fear. I cannot believe how understanding he is. Humanity, that I don't know. Nothing like what I expected when I came here. You said your species are called the Dinos. You seem far more evolved than the Master and his friends are, but your voice is grating. How are we even able to converse when your vocal frequency is completely different? That would be thanks to Mala, that is, this world assessing our cognition. Some time ago, our being from a new culture was introduced to our world by a visitor known as a cryptor. Mala analyzed his language and cognitive standards and tuned things so that we could communicate. If you thought this world being covered in its entirety by automatic translation device, If you thought of this world as being covered entirely by an automatic translation device, you aren't too far off the mark. Yeah, remember how I said this universe likes to have a lot of yes but actually no stuff? That's precisely what I mean. Okay, so I guess that makes sense. Your vocal cords are a lot different from ours. So this Mala person, that must be amazing to do something like that. Oh, Mala's not a person, but they are alive. How do I put this? Mala, as you can call it goodwill, the sentiment keep our world running smoothly. They serve as both the foundation and the guiding principles of the subterranean world, Mictlan. Mictlan. Yes, as hard as it's believed, this Lostbelt is actually a massive, hollow underground world. And what's more, it's not all on a single flat plane like Agartha was. It's essentially an enormous cylindrical shaft with gravity walking along the sides. It's actually very similar in structure to a space colony, though without constant rotation. We don't understand how this gravity works, or where the sunlight, air, and water are coming from, but perhaps the most unbelievable fact, as far as I can tell, is this world occupies about 1 million square kilometers. We know it's at least 1,000 kilometers deep, even though that shouldn't be possible, geologically. Wait, isn't the Earth's crust... Right, as of 2019, the record for the deepest hole humans have ever dug is 12 kilometers. What's more, the stratum on the Earth's surface, where human exists, is only 40 kilometers deep. And the stratum below Earth's mantle, which means this world's outside is a world made of rocks and microorganisms. There could even be magma eruptions up there. Yeah, 1,000 kilometers deep should theoretically not be possible. Oh, it sounds as though proper human history's environment and this one's are indeed very different. This world, the one as we know, is divided into 9 strata. Its name is Mictlan. That name is a fairly recent one, though. I wish the Dinos could claim credit for it, but I'm afraid it originated with Iskali, the Oklama's leader. In the plural form, it means jaguar in Nahui, a language used in Central America. There exists a group of warriors who wore vestments evocative of a jaguar, most notably their helmets from proper human history's Aztec civilization. Jaguars were said to be associated with Tezcatlipoca, the Aztec god of war, terrifying elementals said to live in the rainforest. So that's who those guys were, the ones with guns and jaguar masks who kept attacking us. So you've already encountered them. I can't believe they've already made it this far. The Oklome appeared alongside the Cryptor. They soon began hunting Dinos for sport, and though they call it a war. I hear they even built a major city up in the 5th stratum. I believe Iskali, the leader, wants to wipe out every last Dinos. Countless Dinos have already lost their lives at the Oklama's hands. Some of them have been tied up and left to bleed out, others driven feral madness by poisons. Regardless, I see. Regardless, there aren't many Dinos like me still living out in the wilds anymore. You know, come to think of it, the Oklame look a lot like all of you. Weapons are called guns. I can tell you those were quite a shock to us. They came with a Cryptor. Does that mean they're also humans like us? Wow, those guys are worse than I thought, but why would they do something like that? Do they have turf wars or something here in Mictlan either? It's just a turf war, a matter of a resource gathering. They're looking to profit off of us. They strip us of our meat, process our bones, and trade our hearts as though they were precious jewels. Mala would never allow such a thing, but they've been clever enough to avoid drawing its attention. This is what they are, organized criminals. How's that different from the Mafia? This jungle's scarier than I thought. That does sound like criminal organization, if that's true. Even everyone on the border could be in danger. Right, should try and get to the border as soon as we can. Unfortunately, we lost contact with them about 4 hours ago. One of the last things Sion told us was that the ship was crippled and would take a crew days to get comms back online. I see. Well, thank goodness everyone's okay, at least. Gasp, can I talk now? I sure hope so. Now that we're all together, we should get moving. The storm borders crashed south. I think it's about 300 kilometers from here. I'm not sure how long it'll take us to go that far, but I do know we have no time to waste. It's too dangerous for Mash and me to try and make the journey alone, but we'll be fine now that you are here, Master. If those Ops guys attack, I can summon servants to deal with them. In worst case scenario, we can use your magical energy to fire Black Barrel. Yeah, about that, Seriously, you cannot summon servants anymore. I see, that explains some things. I didn't even realize. I'm sorry I'm such a useless servant. It's okay, right now we should still head for the storm border. Storm border, you mean the flying boulder that fell? It landed over at past Chichen Itza. You'll cross the... Ah, crap. A lot of crew to reach it. I can't really recommend that though, since you've just arrived. Glasses. Ah. Tepu, may I ask what you're doing? Why, I'm getting dressed up. I haven't been outside in quite some time, after all. You're going no matter what I tell you, yes? You will need a guide. Allow me a formal introduction. I'm Tepu, a stargazer. I think fate may have brought us together. I'll be your guide here, in Mictlan, the golden sea of trees. Title drop. Ooh. Dang, they really improved production values on that. Cornfield. I guess I should be very liberal with my use of blue cubes, but something tells me that they're not going to work on the fights I'll need them on most. It's so hot in here. I can't believe how much hotter it is outside the cave. What's the temperature anyway? 58 degrees Celsius? That's like 136 Fahrenheit. Not even the desert gets that hot. It's unbearable for a man of the sea. True, this is much hotter than I was expecting. At least it's not intolerable as long as we're in the shade. Master, is your Mystic Code's thermal regulation working right? I got the AC cranked to max, but it only works for me. The sun is at the 3rd stratum right now, so it's gonna stay hot for some time. There's no need to take reckless risks. It will cool off once the sun gets further away. Why don't we take a short break? I understand you're in a hurry, but you do need the occasional rest. Yeah, I think we'll do that just then. I think that's a good idea too. We've been traveling for about 2 hours, so let's take a 15-minute break. God, I'll fetch us some water. Don't worry, I can tell there's a river nearby. Marine's got a lot of spirit for being such a whiner. I kind of get the sense he wants to make up for not being much of a fighter by finding other ways to be useful. Hey, Mash, how about a little magical energy boost? I'm happy to go with him. To help in case anything happens. I'm relieved to see those two are still the same even in this Lostbelt. I hope that's true for us as well. The jungle, quite a lot of information here. Not bad. Harsh, but pleasantly cool temperature. Humid, high atmosphere pressure, lots of smells. It's like a flood of life. So many colors and waves, both on the micro and macro scales. If I concentrate on these sensations, all these colors start to feel nauseatingly vivid. Do you know what I mean? It feels like there's something coming up my Blah. Oh wow, you weren't kidding. You're vomiting up rainbows. Aw, dang, it's like that one meme of a gnome vomiting a rainbow. Maybe you should have turned down your sensors until you're used to this environment. Quit rubbing at my back, I told you that's not my name. Still, I think that might be good advice. Lowering the sensitivity would probably be the way to go here. Your name is Mash, correct? Are you a human as well? Your body structure is very different from Alex's. I am, but I'm also demi-servant, so my body is a mixture. It makes me a lot stronger than I look, so if you need heavy manual labor, or you or Gomery, please don't hesitate. A demi-servant, right, of course, one of those. I know what those are. I know what those are. Want me to explain? Quick. No, I know what they are. They're one of our local species, right? I remember at least learning the words. You know, I probably don't have any problem with you personally, but demi-servant, it's like all those words rankles me. I don't... But demi-servant, why don't you think of different ones? Demi-servant, quasi-servant, there's a lot of different variants of it. And they're And they're all to refer to different things, so it is important, but they can easily be mixed up still. Whoa, because our friends now. Stop worrying the moment. But I ran into some nasty dinosaurs. They followed me. Presmash, help. Roar. Those dinosaurs don't say anything like Tepu. Those their brains have atrophied beyond repair. They're neither living nor dead any longer. They are akin to the tumors in the jungle, each a mindless predator that exists only to convert whatever animal they find into energy. You mean eating them? There's no reasoning with them. Our only choice is to run away or shut them down with force. Well, then I guess there's no other way. Looks like I'm up, Master. Leave it to me. I'll get rid of them in no time. But don't let them get too close. Smash, already keep me shielded. You're my new bodyguard. Right, it'll be my pleasure. Preparing for combat. I can't use any of these. Yeah, I'll use my Habitrot. I'm pretty... Yeah, she's NP5, right? Yeah, let's just... Yeah, NP5, and so we're gonna use mine. I guess while I'm doing this, my major summoning plans this year are going to be the summer event, and I'm actually looking to Ptolemy if he's available. Yeah, my Habitrot's way stronger than the story one. Jungle Heat Snake, Jungle Poison Snake. Yeah, she's not gonna use the NP. Now we're gonna go with a full chain from MASH. Yeah, everyone having an Invuln Pierce really helps. And Trembling Intimidation. Frozen Fear Intimidation. They wasted the turn buffing. Decrease Buster card for a single enemy. Decrease quick card effectiveness. I care more about Busters, so let's get rid of this one. Okay, so she can switch targets when switching to any of her... Whoa, wow, that was a nice AoE. Ooh, nice, a new drop as well. That's right, give me the new story chapter stuff. Also, I wish the game would do the Arknights thing where new story chapters don't just come with new mats, but also some better nodes for one of the earlier mats. It would be also be a nice way to encourage people to do the story more, since going further in the story unlocks better nodes for farming whenever there's no events going on. A cornfield, and a big one. Not what I was expecting after making it out of the jungle. Whoa, there's a huge stalk, must be at least 2 meters tall. Are these edible, Tepu? You don't just use them for fuel or something, right? Oh, not at all. Centile, or corn in your language. Centile, or corn, is only a food we eat simply because we love it. Now, what's this about using for fuel? What does proper human history use corn for? Oh, it is used for food, but can also be used for many other things. What are you talking about? Ethanol, correct? A kind of biofuel made from organic materials. I thought grains are a primarily nutrient for primitive beings like you, though. You use them for fuel instead of consuming them? Not exactly. We grow different crops for different purposes. Some corn is selectively bred to maximize flavor and nutrients, while others optimize for producing alcohol. Some concerns have been raised about the gases produced by growing ethanol corn and their impact on climate change. These kind of crops are a shining example of human ingenuity. So civilization must destroy its environment to advance. I understand the evolution of a species becomes sort of a race to see how far they can get before they devour their own planet. But the way things are going now, you Earthlings don't stand a chance. All the more reason you need a strong leader like me. Hey, it's nice the president's in good mood and all, but Master, have you noticed? We left the cave 6 hours ago. The sun was setting, right? Doesn't it think it's weird when it's not any closer? Oh yeah, I think it's early afternoon. Been early afternoon for half a day now. I don't think we should expect there to be a night here at all. Mictlan is entirely closed and folded in on itself like an underground tube. So the sun here will never sink below the horizon. Yeah, the whole reason the sun goes down is because the Earth is rotating to face away from it. But if we're not spherical, and the sun is in the middle... that's not to suggest the sun actually sinks in our world either, but you know what I mean. Well, the sun here has definitely been moving south. I suppose further away might be more accurate. At the rate it's going, it should dim and give way to night in about 5 hours. Since this cavern obviously cannot rotate, the sun must be only a celestial body moving down here. I have no idea how it's being controlled, though. This is all beyond human technology of the 21st century. Well, let's see what Tepu might know about it. Oh, you rang? Oh, my apologies. I promised to serve as your guide, but I enjoyed talking with the Marine so much I've been completely neglecting my duties. Now, what would you like to know? Would I be correct to assume you have questions about the structure or the workings of our sun, then? Our ecosystem alive here? The crypto and the cornfields. Yes, that's right. We'd appreciate if you could tell us about, well, all of that. What would you like to ask about first, Senpai? Might as well go with the cornfields here since we're right here. Although we dinos only need water and sunlight to survive, life would hardly be worth living without pleasures we can look forward to. And so, the Mala created corn, the sun's greatest blessing, as everything we could want in food. Corn was special in the Americas and proper human history as well. It was the essential source of nutrients here, especially in Central America. In fact, it was so important to the people's livelihoods, they often spoke of it as a gift from the gods, or sometimes as if it was a god itself. But I think we should probably ask about Mictlan's structure now, Senpai. That seems a bit more relevant. Structure, very good. If you mean the reach storm border, it's the most important thing to know. Although Mictlan is a flatland jungle, it's actually divided into 9 separate stratas. We're currently in the first stratum. This is Lachlokan. Its ceiling, which leaves the surface, forms a sort of steep cliff face. Next we have the second, and the first boundary of the underworld. Are we turning into Maiden Abyss right now? Are we about to invoke the curse? Now we have the second, the first boundary, the red level. It's an endless river that is home to a species of enormous iguanas. The third is home to the golden city of Chichen Itza. It's a vast and open plain filled with fruit of all kinds. The fourth stratum and second boundary of the underworld is the white level. It is a bone-strewn graveyard consisting of valleys of blades and winds. The fifth stratum, the lake of blood and birds, serves as the blood vessels of the land itself. Sixth stratum and third boundary is the blue level. It's the land of galactic sand dunes and vacuum lightning gardens. The seventh stratum is the Singing Illucati, home to the Mictlan Observatory. The eighth and fourth boundary is the black level. It consists of a subterranean mountain range upon which the sun never shines. And finally, we have the ninth stratum, the foot of the great Ceiba tree, dreaded land of Xibalba. As you can see, these stratas are all linked. In theory, anyone could cross between them. More practically, though, the underworld's various boundaries are quite dangerous. The dead walk that realm. Even for us dinos, it's considered too dangerous to risk beyond the seventh stratum. Only the white whistles can go down that deep. For one thing, the eighth and final are blanketed by a deadly fog. The fog only recedes for 5 out of every 365 cycles, during the period in which the sun shuts down to rest and replenish itself. So the sun is something is in of itself then. It has to be. Periods. The act of traveling to ninth during this period is called Underworld Pilgrimage, but no dinos ever completed it successfully. Underworld Pilgrimage. Of course, none of you have a reason to go there, so it's purely for reference. Oh, don't worry, I'm pretty sure we're going to be going here long before the story ends. believe the boulder crashed near the edge of the... Oh, it cut it off. We should be able to reach in 4 cycles, but first we need to cross a major checkpoint. That would be the red boundary. It comprises the second. It has become terribly dangerous thanks to Teslapaka, the god of war who accompanies the cryptor. The god of war accompanies the cryptor, then it must be the servant Daebit summoned. So he's Teslapaka, the Aztec god of war and sacrifice, and one of the strongest gods in proper human history's Aztec mythology. So I see, in proper human history, humankind is comprised of your species, Homo sapien. Countless nations spread across 7 continents, and despite your many differences, you develop all manner of cultures throughout your history. I suppose if we dinos were to visit, we'd be classified as reptiles. Your biosphere is limited to your planet's surface, with no colonial expansion to outer space. The ocean? What's an ocean? Please elaborate. Ah, right, they don't have an ocean here. I see, your continents are surrounded by large bodies of salt water. Each has its own ecosystem. I can only imagine how many different varieties of life must flourish in such an environment. Aquatic dinos? No, very few kinds of dinos evolved to live in water. Doing so enlarges our species' skeletal structure, making it difficult to live on land. Functioning communism. That's okay, I have a firm enough handle on your politics and social structures. Given the traits I've observed in all of you, I'd guess that your research on various matters is like stacking pebbles one on top of another. Despite lacking the ability to fly, you continue to explore. It's not confined solely to your planet, but you also observe celestial bodies as well. DNA, cells, elements, and atoms. So if you are able to understand the vastness of the universe, you must first learn the laws which govern its smallest parts. How delightful. I imagine we're only able to share the most basic of stuff, but it is nice that a lot of this kind of information, or at least the basics of it, are pretty well known. I feel as though the corn kernels have fallen from my eyes. It seems that humans of proper history are like a cube that lands entirely on a differently decorated side with every tumble it takes. And Christian lore does posit that humans were created for the purposes of naming and categorizing all things, and that does seem to be something humanity's quite good at. I still can't believe how quickly he's grasping all this. Are you taken aback, Senpai? I understand. I feel the same way when felt the same when I first met Tepu, back in the cave. You start by telling him one thing and immediately hits on 10 other things connected to it. Even if there are concepts or laws he's never even heard of. Genius doesn't begin to cover him. His brain seems to work on an entirely different level. I have to agree. I wonder if other dinos are like that. I still don't know anything about dinos in general, but are you all alone, Tepu? Were you living in that cave by yourself because you were just too smart? You're talking about humans who were isolated because they didn't fit with those around them. In your parlance, outcasts. Or hermits, if they're doing it willingly. True, I moved the wilderness of the first stratum because my way of thinking does not match with the other dinos. Most have no desire to learn, because they never had to rely on their intellect to compensate for lack of physical prowess. Homo sapiens are short-lived and easily harmed. To have any hope of surviving, you had to evolve in both body and mind. But we dinos never faced such threats here, so the same wasn't true for us. As a result, we never experienced the same need to evolve. True, dinosaurs would be unstoppable if they were strong and smart. Reminds me of one of your expressions. Someone being a babe in the woods. Your digestive systems are incredible. We dinos can only dream of consuming such a variety of foods. I assume you think nothing of your ability to break down toxins in plants and absorb only their nutrients. But from my perspective, such a capacity is truly revolutionary. Imagine being able to consume so many living things, so many kinds of plants as food. I'm jealous. Think so? Now that you mention it, I guess human food culture is pretty unique. I wish Baker was here for this. Sometimes she sulks about being the weakest member of the series, so this would really make her day. Tepu, if you don't mind me asking, could you just tell us more about the dinos? We've never talked with any besides you, so we don't know much about them. Very well, I'll tell you about our ecosystem, so how we got to where we are now. We dinos are this Lostbelt's prime species, or its equivalent of humans, if you'd like. So we're the dominant species tasked with running this world. I wonder, did it happen because we failed to go back in time and defeat the leader before they wiped out the early humans, and thus Lavos succeeded in another timeline? A long time ago, well before Mictlan was created, our ancestors migrated here from the surface. Those ancestors are the creatures you knew as dinosaurs in your proper human history. From what you've told me, Mash, I understand there existed several types of dinosaurs. Long-necked marine plesiosaurs, bird-like flying pterosaurs, terrestrial theropods, and so on, yes? Well, most dinos fall under the theropod category. That said, our creation was also shaped in many ways by Mala, so we do a few of the Parasaur and Plesiosaur varieties of dinos as well. Pterosaurs are especially rare, but they do exist to this day. Remember I said about outcasts? I, for one, was ostracized by my herd because they took issue with my behavior. However, pterosaurs and plesiosaurs are essentially outcasts on the day they're born. I remember we said most dinosaurs were herbivores and that carnivores were a minority. But all dinos are herbivores. There is no carnivores in this universe. We are unable to break down toxins in meat, meaning that eating it leads to pain, diminished intelligence, and eventually death. That's what happened to the unintelligent dinos that attacked you earlier. Either they gave up their intelligence when they were on the verge of death, or they turned feral after Oklame poisoned them. Oh, so it's force-feeding them meat to convert them into weapons. Oh, that's horrible. So that's what happened. Those were really scary, but I feel bad for them now. Dying painfully after being forced to eat meat they didn't want. They might as well be zombies. Why would the Oklame do that to them? It's to do with their new teachings. You might call it faith or perhaps a religion. Now that I've met you, I've come to understand that Oklame are Homo sapiens, humans like you. They appeared here out of nowhere and quickly moved to expand their territory. One of the central aspects of their faith is offering up hearts to of the strong to their god. Since dinos are the strongest life form, they of course set their sights on us. They built a city in the 5th stratum. There, they tear hearts from dinos. Since you've been kind of sharing knowledge, I have a clear understanding of the situation here. Well, I suppose it's important for them to learn that humans can be both good and evil, depending on what paths they take. Two opposing factions are fighting a civil war here. One consists of dinos. The other is our capital's Chichen Itza, a golden city ruled by the king of dinosaurs, protected by the Sung, the Kukulkan. The other faction is the Oklame. Their capital is Mexico City, a city of death created by Teslapaca, the new god of sacrifice, and by the cryptor of proper human history who brought him here. The storm border you seek is in the crashed area between the two cities. So there's a god here in Mexico City. Could that be where Daybit is? Hold on, I understand the servant is the cryptor Daybit is a summoned divine spirit from proper human history. We see there's also a god in the Dinos capital. And Kuklan, is that it? What's so weird about that, Mash? Haven't there been gods in the other Lostbelts too? Yes, but it's different here. Kuklan is the Mayan god of wind and water from proper human history, but Dinos have no connection to proper human history and mythology whatsoever. That's right, the Mayans don't exist here. So it doesn't make any sense for that god to be here in Mictlan. Oh wait, come to think of it, the name Mictlan itself is from the underworld of Aztec mythology. But, as I believe you said before, the mythology of your world has nothing in common with our own in this world. I understand your confusion, but the answer is quite simple. The very concept of a sun god is also a recent development. We were simply indifferent to such things until recently. In fact, until the cryptor's arrival, we rarely even conversed with words. So it was proper human history itself that passed on this concept of gods. Prior to Daybit's arrival, there were no gods of any kind in our world. But once Teslapaca, the god of proper human history, was summoned here, things took on a new meaning. Things that simply existed before became special. Technically, I suppose it was an act of substitution, but no matter. My point is that it was the first time anyone in our world had ever heard of such a story. Yeah, remember I said this is all about Central America, not South America? Hence why we have gods from the Mesoamerican locations. Sadly, I don't think there's even any Incan one here. Which is a shame. I was kind of hoping we'd see a gender swap Pachacooty or something. And yes, I know them largely because of Civilization 5. Shut up. Big thing those Civilization likes to do is get your brain going to Google stuff. And it did that job. I haven't played Civ 6, but from what I've heard, I'm not missing much. I seem to prefer the odd-numbered ones anyways, so we'll see how it works there. I think I'll go to bed now. I've learned a great deal, and I'd like to make sure I've understood it all. And that's why Tepu went to bed early. You, Olga Maria, is standing about 20 meters away, looking up at the night sky. Good timing. I'm sorry to do this without her, but I want to go over our situation. We should discuss what to do with her as well as our situation going forward. What are your thoughts on you, Olga Maria Senpai? She lost almost all of her memories except for her name and objective. She knows her own name, only her own name, and she's an alien who came Earth to rule it. She has no memories pertaining to her personal life, so she only knows what she learned about Earth prior to coming here. Outside of that, she doesn't know anything about Chaldea, Breach Earth, or our battle with the Storm Border. Even if she is the foreign god, I don't want to treat her like she's our enemy. Over these past 20 hours, she's proven to be very friendly, so if she never recovers her memories, let's not tell her she's the foreign god, at least for now. I feel kind of bad about it, but I think it's for the best too. Yuo's been saying she's the future ruler of Earth, but I can tell she means she just wants to make things better, not tyrannically rule. It's very different now than when she attacked the Stormborder as the foreign god. Yeah, and what's with the Chaldean? He said directly that if he defeats all the Lostbelts, he'll become our enemy. Does that mean he has a key that might be able to restore the Bleach to Earth? Or is he actually behind all this in some way? But if that's the case, why is he doing things that seem to be helping us? Well, he doesn't seem to be helping us directly, but he's done a lot of things that don't make sense quite yet. I guess we can worry about later, but it doesn't seem like he's Godia, or he would have directly mentioned that. So yeah, I don't think he's Godia like the common fan theory says. She's very different now than when she attacked him. I think this is probably the real her, so as long as she doesn't remember she's the foreign god, she'll stay on our side, right? Then I'm telling her on one condition. That should be the only secret we keep from her. Real friends should not keep everything themselves. Of course. Now that's settled. Madam President. She's happy to be called that. What is it? I was just making my presidential constellation, you know. Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt you then. I love the idea of making your own constellation. Oh, it's nothing special. Every noble does it when they become a new celestial body. Do you have something you wish to tell me? I hope it's worth my while. I'm assuming we're getting her up to speed on everything we've learned so far. Strictly speaking, we don't know if her memory will return if she learns about being the foreign god, but it's definitely a risk best not taken. Servants, masters, mages, Chaldeans, incineration, humanity, singularities, bleached Earth, Lostbelt. Exactly how many times has Earth faced an existential crisis at this point? Alright, I have a much clearer picture of how foolish you humans are now. You've been through a lot, huh? Still, nice job taking back your future, even if it was just one time. One time. I'm impressed, Master. Sounds like you've been working hard too, Mash. The Chaldea organization you belong to doesn't sound half bad either. Preserving humanity's future without anyone knowing. What a fulfilling calling. Oh, Director. Director? What are you talking about? Oh, you'll say the strangest things. Are you experiencing some kind of bug? Good story, but I can only really give it a 9 out of 10. That's despite it being the most satisfying I've heard. Do you know why I scored it? No, I don't. You said it's the most satisfying, but only a 9? Yeah, it's still not enough, right? You and the Master have impressive work, I'll grant you, but it's missing a finishing touch. Like, it's made well, but there's still a gaping hole in the middle of it. I think it would be even better if it had someone bright and shiny. I don't know what, but oh. I get it, we lost a point because you weren't in it. Oh. Ha, that retort alone is enough to bring you to full 10. If you're eager for my help, alright, I'll help you save Earth. What are friends for? Yeah, if we can talk her out of her plans for destroying the world, well, at the very least, I think that should be more than enough. The priestess. The priestess is supposed to be working for the foreign god, right? So, theoretically, she shouldn't have a problem with what we're doing, right? Because, hey, the foreign god herself is saying she wants to help us. So, if we're teaming up, there should be no problem, right? Goodness, I was happy. Didn't realize how late it was. We should set up our sleeping bags. Tepu said night lasts about half as long as day here. If my math is right, that means night lasts us about 12 hours. So we can sleep a full 7, then still head out the cornfield before daybreak. I'll keep the night watch. You guys go to sleep so you don't have to worry about anything. Thanks, Marine. I'll do exactly that. Someone's watching us. This is going to be a problem. Nonsense. You work for the foreign god, and the foreign god's working with us. I see no problem. Of course, this is Kirei, so I have the feeling he doesn't care and has his own agenda. And yes, I'm not even going to pretend it's Rasputin, because I don't have him, but I know for a fact that even when you do, it immediately, as soon as you ascend him, he's all, yeah, there's no Rasputin in here. I'm 100% Kirei. Ooh. So that's how this is gonna work. Well, that is fun, isn't it? Yeah, there's no way I'm gonna be able to use up all of my, sanity here, but I'm gonna keep going until I'm too tired to continue. Right, there's no skip recap like in Arcanites, so no point in bothering near that. No point in bothering to tap that. So, Tepu, what are these underworld boundaries anyway? The boundaries of the underworld are abnormal regions. They have strong magnetic fields, so distortion keep the blessings at bay. Okay, why do I... Okay, yeah, I'm convinced Nasu was binge reading and made an abyss when he wrote this. Well, I say magnetic field, but it's more accurate to call them dimensional distortions. Mindless dinos used to wander them, but after Teslapaka showed up, the underworld became a host of trials which must be completed for the dead to truly die. A great deal depends on your mental state. The boundaries of the underworld are treacherous places as long as you do not perceive yourself as having overcome their trials. I see, so as long as you can overcome at least once, you know they're no threat to you anymore. But this will be a first time visiting one. Since this is the first time, it'll be difficult. I have to ask the obvious then. Have you completed these, Tepu? Yes, as far as the third layer. Fortunately, the trials in the first layer are relatively easy. By the way, Tepu, you said something about enormous iguanas in the first layer? Are these iguanas called the Zashonal, by the way? Oh, you know of them. Does that mean that proper human history has similar underworlds? Yes, proper human history. Mictlan refers to the subterranean underworld of Aztec mythology. According to the myth, the world was divided into the heavens, the surface, and the underworld. The gods were said to reside in the 13 heavens, whereas humans lived on the surface world. Yeah, and they also said that the worlds would be, and there's... The underworld was said to consist of 9 layers, collectively... I forget which one it was, but I know one of them also says that it's worlds come and go, which might explain why the dinos are so cavalier about worlds ending and restarting. People who died of natural causes rather than combat descend through the 9 layers of the Mictlan. Their goal was to conquer many trials and make their way to the bottom, where they would come to terms with their life, allowing their soul to return to the natural world. Aztec civilization was marked by human sacrifice, slavery, and endless war, so it was certainly one of the harshest societies in human history. But at its heart, it retained their inherent respect for nature and gratitude to the gods, the larger world. This Mictlan may not have ever developed a system based on the gods, but I think its emphasis on respecting nature means it shares similar roots. I see, so this is proper human history's version. I assume it also had those? That's right, the first subterranean layer was called Iskuthalon and contained an enormous river. Actually, I think Apakahulua. The dead had to cross the river with the help of a hairless breed of dog. Oh, the Zolakuntal. In order to make it to the other side without the Jatonal eating them. What's a dog? Oh, it's kind of animal. I can't describe it too well, but I can draw you a picture later. Thank you, Marine, but I'm guessing... They look something like this, am I right? Whoa, how'd you know? You're a good artist, too. Your imagination. No, your powers of observation are remarkable. You're like already a scholar of full-grown history, proper human history. Oh yes, learn about it as much as I can. Your history is terrifying, but also intensely captivating. There's also countless breeds of dog, but keep it simple, keep it simple. So there's one in proper human history in this Lostbelt. And proper humans of the planet's surface, but you live underground. Why is that? You're not all dead or anything, are you? I suspect it's because the surface of our world is no longer habitable. A long, long time ago, a meteorite devastated everything on the surface. We managed to survive by escaping underground. From there, Mala created Mictlan, and we continued to propagate. Now this underground world is our home. We will never return to the surface, especially while it continues to burn. Huh, it's still burning even now? I don't understand. Even if the impact destroyed everything on the surface, it still had several millennia to recover, hasn't it? This planet just really lazy or something? Oh well, it's probably not important now. Yeah, I have the feeling that that detail is going to be what ultimately led to the split from proper human history. While it's not always relevant, it's always a big deal when we finally learn whatever it was that caused proper human history and the Lostbelt to split. More importantly, I have a question for you, Tepu, or you guys if you can answer it. Have you heard of ORT? Only rumors. Did I say something wrong? What kind of rumors? As a matter of fact, ORT is one of the reasons we came here. There's a creature that goes by that name in proper human history. We came to this Lostbelt to find it before anyone else, but now... What's different now? I guess I could say we have more important things to worry about, really. That makes sense. Your first priority now is reaching the storm border. And then you've got something to do with about the bleached earth phenomenon, right? I agree. Of course you wouldn't have time to go looking for some weird creature then. Besides, now that you have me, you have all the firepower you need. Honestly, I'm kind of in agreement. You're not looking for ORT yourself, are you, Olga Marie? Why would I be? I just ask 'cause it's one of the few words I still remember. Although now that you mention it, I get the feeling I might have been looking for it. Maybe it's not important now either. Why worry about the little things? I'm okay with small creatures. Little doubts like this aren't worth pursuing anyway. That's a relief, but are you sure about this, Madam President? Ooh, I can hear running water. We must be near the river. Alright, I'm gonna be the first one there. Jungle River should be no problem for me. I swear by Triton I'll get across easy peasy. Ooh, now that's a pretty vista. Yeah, like I said, they've been adding more and more artwork to the spells to the story here, and I really like them. Wow, can you really just call this a river? There's no way I couldn't get us across this even if all 24 of us Marines were here. It sure is pretty though, and the mist from these ginormous waterfalls feels nice too. Yeah, you don't see places this spectacular even in the land of fairies. I'm impressed. Mesoamerican mythology is on an entirely different scale. It's true, they remind me of the Guana Highlands of South America, known as the last frontier of Earth. I'm also impressed you're able to cross these humongous falls, Tepu. You must have super dino leg strength and exploration skills that made it past here. Please tell us, what route did you use? Yes, I do think I must have managed it. Tepu? Super Tepu? I'm sorry, I don't know what this is. It's utterly terrifying. Forgive me, this is much bigger than the river I crossed. Master, is this what we were envisioning? Not at all. I see, then this change has nothing to do with your mental state. So Kade's arrival has changed things here in the boundaries, much like the Crypto's arrival. Perhaps we should proceed with that assumption. Still, all that aside? What a truly spectacular sight. I wish my acquaintances could see this. Save the celebration for later. You guys stand back. Something's coming up the waterfall. Maybe it's those iguana things. Mash, you and I will handle them. Happy Cat, you guard the non-combatants. Got it? Happy Cat? How does she know that nickname? Understood. Ready when you are, Olga Marie. It's nice having a few level 100 CEs. Oh wow, all entirely Olga Marie's. Well, might as well. Time for a couple AoEs to wipe them out, wipe them clean. Now those are the Cali from Lostbelt 4. There we are. Locked and loaded. Crits. As far as I can tell, Olga Marie seems to be neutral to everything, just like Mash is, so... The Underworld Iguana. There we are. Giant iguana. Absolution. Decreased damage against increased damage dealt against humanoid, increased damage against humanoid. So servants. You know what, let's make this into a mighty chain.
おごりであっても高らかにいつか必ずなくしたものに報いるために導きの星よ力となれ
That's the first time using that. Is it NP since its upgrade? Yeah, finally, it's Moldy Camelot is now proper Lord Camelot.
Boost, strike.
Black bullet. Let's go. I do like how she gets the upgrade of using black bullet. Engulf. Groveling corruption. Oops, I forgot to change that. Whoops. Oh well. Oh, whatever. Domination. Oh, and died to the burn damage. Well, I guess the Atlas uniforms. The Atlas uniform is one of those that takes absolutely ages to level. And the worst part is it's not even the slowest. That goes to the decisive battle uniform, I think. Although I think the Lostbelt 1 uniform is also really takes ages. An alter ego. That's interesting. What are we fighting? I was surprised to see those things, but you two handle like we're nothing. Thanks, Mash. Thank Prez. Oh yeah, good point. Believe in UO and just prevail strategy too. Naturally. I'm starting to get used to these lizards too. Who cares if something's big, something is, size all has going for it. Nice job, you two. You're right, I didn't have to step in at all. Though you might be a little too overprotective. The master is still full-fledged after all. As long as he stays far enough from the fighting, he can protect himself just fine and get a firm handle on the battles playing out. Maybe we could try trusting him a little more? Really? Full-fledged, huh? Oh, but it wasn't the master I was worried about right now. It was you and Mash. You used the energy stored in Mash's shield to materialize, correct, Happy Cat? Without energy, it can only be restored to the storm border, correct? So you should conserve as much as possible. Even my sensors aren't operating at full capacity in all directions at all times, you know. Just because I'm the strongest doesn't mean I'm omnipotent. So I'm counting on you to support Mash if she ever has to go off on her own. Got it? Oh, I see. Okay, you got it. If Mash is ever in trouble, that's when I'll step in. Huh. Zero, I thought you were worried about me too. Oh, don't be so sensitive. It's just a figure of speech. I might be a tiny worry about you too, okay? Anyways, that takes care of the enormous iguanas. So what do we do now, Tepu? It's not like we're gonna swim across, right? No, I can't swim at all. Last time I chopped down trees to make a raft, but that's not gonna work here. I'm afraid not. The falls are anything but even. More importantly, they're too big. It'd be like trying to cross an ocean. You mentioned once the oceans. How large is an ocean? Oh, it's huge. A massive body of water that goes forever in ages directions. The ocean's filled with hopes, dreams, romance, and adventure. It's my true home. When we're done, I'll tell you all about it. Oh my, I can't wait. I do love how you see the world, Marine. Still, I'm afraid this isn't the time to admire the view. We still have to cross, but we can't swim or make a raft. What do you do, Master? If only I could summon a heroic spirit that could sail us across. True, off the top of my head. Noah, Moses, Sinbad, Icarus, Sinbad. Oh dang, could we ever summon one of those? And yeah, I know about Arcade, but any one of those would probably have a noble phantasm that could bring us across. Unfortunately, that's not an option now, though we still understand why that is. It wouldn't matter even if it could. No those heroic spirits to be of any help here. Don't let your eyes fool you. We need a mythological approach, which means we need a servant who's familiar with the underworld. Oh, you're right, the director. I should have known Caldea's. Caldea's what? Dependable font of knowledge. Font? There's the expression. I won't say it looks like it's just drawn on her face, but I mean, she's technically drawn artwork. She is a drawing. Excuse me, just say, Caldea. Hope I didn't mishear you. If I didn't, that would be wonderful. Brothers would pick on me if I did mishear you, and I really don't want that. It's King Protea. He's just gonna smush you all now, okay? Don't worry, it won't hurt you. You don't have to be scared. It'll be over in an instant. Something's big's here. Oh, I can't go all out like this. King Protea. Apply infinite growth EX. Yeah, with this much, I think I might just have this to run until she NPs because that eats all of her sizes of growth. Infinite growth is supposed to reflect the ability to just theoretically continue to grow. I'm gonna have to do it this way. Alright, let's see how well this works. Oh wow, that's a lot of shield. Our effectiveness one time, 3 turns. Alright, time to get it best we can. Protea, are you the real thing? Okay, good, she didn't pee me. Yeah, I'm glad I'm using my Habitron, not the story one. Oh no, I did it again. I'm sorry for scaring you. I thought you were the bad guys that brought down the storm border. But you're actually the Master Caldea, right? Do you know who I am? Of course, you're King Protea. Yay, I knew it was you, Master. I'm so glad to see you again, at your service. Wait, what? How are you just talking to her? Is she dangerous? Is she actually your ally? Wait, just anything goes, servants? I'm surprised too, but it's true. Protea isn't giving off hostile readings. Plus, Master seems to already know her, and she may introduce herself properly. It's nice to meet you, King Protea. Oh, right. Only the Master properly got to see all the events of the Seraph event nobody else remembers it. Not even the other members of Chaldea. Oh, I know. She must be one of the servants we summoned at the border. Remember how we were supposed to summon 3 besides the Notocrest? I bet Protea's one of them. That's right. I'm one of the 4 servants who came to help Chaldea. But I thought I could help Chaldea out. But the next thing I knew, I was here, surrounded by a bunch of water and these noisy bats. I was so anxious I couldn't move. When you came by, I heard your voices. Here we are. I'm glad I woke up the courage to stand up. Sorry for surprising you, but at least it means up. I hope I can be helpful. Glad if it was Protea. Well, I guess this makes an easy way to cross the river. Well, I guess if you guys are okay with us, that's fine. You there, what sort of heroic spirit are you? From what I recall, the alter ego class shouldn't exist in proper human history. Me? I'm composed of several goddesses' essence and one of Mother's personalities. The goddesses compose me are a number of archetypal mother goddesses. And then there's Arvada, the divine beast. Arvada. Oh, there's something else mixed with me? Weird, what could it be? Arvada, the one from Indian mythology. The one born from the ocean of milk. That's right, according to that myth, the gods' decline left the surface devoid of vitality, leaving behind a dead world. So, to bring life back to the world, the gods joined with Ashura, the Ashura, their sworn enemies, and performed a ritual meant to revive and rebuild the world. That was the ocean of milk, a tremendous feat that brought life back to a dead world. The gods poured the ocean of milk across the world, churned it, and created Amarita, the nectar of immortality. Amarita, the nectar of immortality. The same process also led to the birth of Avada, an elegant white elephant who swam across the ocean. A world devoid of vitality, creating life from death. Does that mean this event took place in the underworld? That's right, King Protea has a trait that lets her cross both the Sea of Life and Sea of Death, which means, yeah, we can have her carry us. Since she's so big, she has plenty of room for us all. Hey, watch it, Marine. Even if you don't know anything, you shouldn't call people big unless you know they're okay with it. Alright, I'm sorry. I'll just swim. No, it's okay. I'm just glad to hear you say that. Although, you want me to help you cross the river by being your boat? Is that what you want to? Would you mind, King Protea? Okay, got it. I'm technically a kaiju, so I don't know how gently I can be, but I've never had such a job before, so I'll do the very best I can. Yeah, King Protea. The Sakura 5 were created by BB. Sigh. Sorry, it's taking a bit to restart everything. You know what, let me grab a sip of water while it's loading. I am low on water and, we are nowhere near... Yeah, I probably should have, brought a bit more water now that I look at it. We have to fight an alter ego again? What? What was I on about yet? Yeah, King Protea and the other Sakura 5 members were basically created by BB. She took a bunch of data from different goddesses and combined them with different aspects of her own personality to create one. Like King Protea. Wow, you're so fast, King Protea. You could even give the captain a run for his money with his merman form. When he's in his merman form. Uh-oh, there's another drop 200 meters ahead. What's Protea gonna do? Splash. She just hopped right over it like it was nothing. Even the Nautilus can't move like this. Marine is sitting on top of King Protea's head pretending to steer her. Protea's having a lot of fun with it too. I guess they have no trouble getting along since both of them are tied to the sea. It's great to see King Protea enjoying herself. It is. She's such an elegant swimmer and so bold. Her joy is almost contagious. On a different note, I still can't believe she's truly able to carry all of us. To think King Protea can change her size at will. She's already an astonishing size before she could grow large enough to fit in her hand. But why are you floating up there by yourself, you Olga Marie? There's plenty of room down here on the palm. Don't be ridiculous. Why would I willingly ride on the hand of a servant I know nothing about? As long as I don't need to carry anyone, I can hover just fine. All I need to do is lay gravity field on her shoulder. I see, so you're essentially having her tow you. What a clever way to conserve energy. You'd be a great president in the age of green energy. Hey, cut that crap out. I can't tell if you're praising me or raising protests. Oh, I'm sorry, Director. It's just happy to see you again when I'm running my mouth. I forget, I can tell from the color that you're saying this out of affection. Neat. We're almost halfway point. I'm okay. I was always scared of feeling uncomfortable. I've been doing my best to keep nice and steady, but the current's pretty strong. I haven't had this much fun in a long time. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. I've really only ever been good at breaking things, so I'm glad to be helpful for once. Thank you for trusting me, even though I'm so big. Say, Master, once we finish crossing, can I join? Ow. Huh? Wait, that's blood coming from Protea's back. Protea. No way, something's cut it. Oh man, I gotta patch her up. But I don't have any medical skills, I'm not a nurse. Something's here, I can't see it, but it's definitely something. Come, Protea, if you collapse now, everyone's gonna drown. You have to hang in there. Hold on, everyone, I'll at least get to the nearest shore. Come on, Protea, you two, you need to get out of there too. Hurry. Oh no. She was smiling. What our disgrace. She was meant to bar your way, not open it. Treachery. The reward for treachery is death, and I bring death. So I had to kill her. She had to die in the underworld. Ha ha ha. Something's invisible here. Someone who's also an alter ego. Who's this? Oh my, I have no idea who this is. A scythe, huh? That looks like a scythe anyway. Welcome, apes. Welcome, underworld pilgrims. You're welcome here. What a delight to see new sacrificial blood in boring old Mictlan. Now remember my name and remember it well. I'm the bringer of death, the king of the underworld. I'm Camazotz, the winged headhunter of the living. You're the one who hurt Protea. You shall die. Oh, I see. So you're interested in her too. Fine, I can share. Unlike Tezepaka, I'm actually generous. Ah, that tastes terrible. I knew it. Quality beats quantity any day. Mouthful's all you need. I've learned my lesson, Priest of Chaldea. Servant blood is truly awful. I should have kept my curiosity under control. He knows about Chaldea, huh? Camazotz. That's the name of a menacing bat god who lives in the Mayan underworld and drinks human blood. If that's her name, then you must be... That's right, I'm no friend of the Dinos. I'm a creature of myth, just like all of you. You there, priest boy. You're the same sort of creature as that insane Cryptor, right? If you plan on making a pilgrimage to the underworld, you better remember my name just like he did. You're talking about David Semvoid. That's right. You two are enemies. You compete with each other, or interfere with each other, polish each other's souls. And in the end, tragically, only one of you survive. Oh, I cannot wait. I really can't wait. Oh, I know. You should cut off your head and taste your blood here and now. But I'm loving that anger on your face. Oh, yes. It's so wonderful. Haha, I love it. I want more, more. This is how an ape who dared to be angry with me should die. Come, Black Gull, answer my cursed command spell. I'll let the Guardian deal with you. Now, will you kill or be killed? Make your choice. That's the trick to surviving Mictlan. Were those my command spells? Does that mean it was Camazotz we met down there? The one calling himself Camazotz has vanished, but I'm now picking up a very different but very powerful magical energy signal. It's about 40 meters and it's coming up the cliffs. Be careful, everyone. Oh dear, rivers are running red with blood. The plant life is all dying. This does not look good. Wait, King Protea? Oh man, what do we do? Look at Protea, she's out for blood. There's gotta be mind control or something work. I don't want to fight her. I know, but we have no choice. As big as she is, she'll just catch us if we try to run. Whether we want to beat her or escape, we're gonna have to really wallop her. Use the black barrel without dead counter. That should at least be enough to stun her. And whatever you do, focus on getting everyone out of here alive. Master, please prepare for combat. I'm gonna neutralize the giant enemy servant. We shall use my servant. Gonna need this one for the NP strength. And just this one for the raw attack boost. You know what? Yeah, we'll keep this NP, this Mystic Code, so I can just protect my servant as necessary. King Protea's Arsenal. Defeated if Habitrot goes down. Oh. Use my noble phantasm. Alright, if Habitrot dies, we lose, so... Alright, we should be in good shape for this. Alright, we're just gonna go with crits here. She's still stunned, so it should end after her turn. Alright, it's here.
了解。あの辺りね。いい感じ。スライド。動かないで。これ使う。消えなさい消えなさい消えなさい。演説中断。
Putting speech on
こ
hold.
れだ
That's
か
a
ら野蛮
problem
な
with
原
the
生
beverage.
動物ども。潰す。潰れる。弱いくせに弱いくせにやめて。逃げて。
Stop it, run away.
ピンチ。チャンスに。やるじゃん。オルテナウス腕の見せ所ってやつ。いいよ。
Yeah, I'm gonna have to start setting off. She's gonna start setting off her guts soon.
これは多くの道。多くの夢を過ぎた人間の証明せよ。ロードキャメロット。これは君に待つ夢の生産。どれほど辛い別れでも響くものはきっとある。顔を上げて。これ使う。
Well, that did something, I guess. No way, two hits the black barrel and she's still coming. She's even stronger than the president. I hate to admit it, but it's true. Damn it, why am I so weak? Let's just run. She won't be able to see us once we're on the cover of jungle. If we're unlucky, she might end up stepping on us, but it's better than staying here, so she definitely crushes us. Good point, let's run for it. Oh man, she's pounding the ground like crazy. We're not gonna make it. Stay calm, Marine. Remember, Kamazot's called her Janal. If she truly is a guardian of the underworld, she'll need to stay in the river and won't be able to follow us into the jungle. All we need is a little luck and we'll get to safety. Then we're all set. I've got galactically good luck. Even when your chances are 99 to 1 against the short straw, I draw it every time. Wait, isn't that the opposite of, who turned off the lights? No, why'd you have to say that? Let's talk strategy. Seago's Plaza pancaked back to normals. Creepy, yeah. Maybe she just can't be beat. Now, it may have come awfully close to being wiped out, but the important thing is we're all safe and sound. Sure, but now we have an even bigger problem. Is there nothing we can do for Pink Protea? She couldn't hear us at all. Even the river looked red. That's because Protea was still bleeding from the wounds on our back. I tried, but I couldn't help her to close the wounds. She didn't even cry in pain. I don't know how much about mythological beings, but she just may not have any pain receptors. About that, I hope it just doesn't mean she couldn't cry out regardless of how much she was bleeding. We have to capture Kamazot and force him to turn her back. I would if I could. That creep's at least 50 kilometers from here already, slippery bat bastard. Well, this is quite the conundrum. Protea got us halfway across the river, but now she herself blocks our progress. If we don't eliminate her, we'll never be able to make our way to the first layer of the underworld. I mean, kill her. That would be one option, but as we saw, that's going to be extremely difficult. We aren't strong enough to neutralize her. We either have to sneak past, or, Give me a second, would you? Click. Oh, we wait for nature on its course. Yo, she said she's still bleeding, correct? Then it's only a matter of time until she dies. We can simply wait until that happens. Ah, Teppy, you big jerk. How can you say something like that? We can't just leave Protea. We gotta help her somehow. Marine, please, you're hurting me. Guys, listen to... It's morbid, but sometimes a painful choice is... Wait, I can hear footsteps. Someone's coming this way. Who's there? Whoa. How's he... Rating with a 37. Oh. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. It doesn't say what you were just streaming, unfortunately. Hope you're having a good time. Welcome, welcome. I'm Luce, your resident legally distinct Fey creature. I'm just in the middle of doing Lostbelt 7. Or Fate Grand Order. We're on the NA server. Is it EN? I've seen it called both. Ah, and you're all just in time for the mysterious priest. Good morning, everyone. Are you having some problem a passing priest may be able to assist you with? Hmm. Oh dang, the river is even running red even in the map. We're still pretty early on in Lostbelt 7, so we're just been going well. Raiders also haven't started. Have a good night. Alright, hey, thanks for the raid. Ada, thank you. And yeah, if you want to avoid spoilers for Lostbelt 7, you might want to dip for a bit. And I don't blame anyone else who does as well. We're still early on, so we're still learning a few things. We haven't had any major revelations, but we're definitely already in the thick of some boss fights, so be warned if you want to stick around. So, it's Father Kodamine. Thank you for saving the trouble of introducing myself to your new compatriots, Master. You're more than welcome to call me Rasputin or Father Kodamine. Although, I believe in Lostbelt 2, he straight up said that Rasputin's not in there anymore, so not sure why the nameplate still says Rasputin. I must confess, I am surprised to run into you while I was sneaking into perhaps the Hand of the Lords at work here. Oh, you needn't explain what's happening. I believe I understand your situation. You're trying to make it the first layer of the underworld to reach the storm border, but the guardian of this underworld has forced you to retreat, yes. Yeah, now you got it. Now, what are you doing here? Right, you're an enemy of Chaldea. I can't think of any reason for you to be here except to stop us from chopping down the Tree of Emptiness. Oh, this is truly unfortunate. There has, I'm afraid, been a misunderstanding. The other disciples may have left a poor impression on you, but I assure you that, as a man of the cloth, I have no interest in a fight. And as I mentioned a moment ago, I am here looking for someone, that is all. So as long as I find her, I have no quarrel with you. Happily, I've just completed that particular objective. So this is where you've been, young miss. I'm here to take you home. I was quite worried when I saw you fall, but I'm relieved to see you've not got a scratch on you. Now let's return to the Great Majestic House, to your Earth Unification headquarters. EUH? Yeah? You have a great deal of work and studying left to do, and no shortage of good food waiting. Huh? What are you talking about? Who the hell are you? Aha. Well, nothing new. I see your sense of humor is cunning as ever. Cutting as ever. It's me, Rasputin, your faithful butler. Surely you haven't forgotten me. Forgive me, I was so moved by your comedy, I couldn't help but laugh. You forgot my name, not to worry. You may just refer to me as father if you'd like. I'm not sure I'd want to refer to Kirei as that myself, but you do you. What matters is I am your butler, your loyal manservant, and your ally. You do understand that, yes? Yeah, sure, I don't remember anything, but I can tell you're not lying. You can't get much darker than the shade of blue. Hell, it's so dark it's almost black. Guess you really are my manservant. Are you sure about this, Yuo? This guy's the most suspicious priest I've ever seen. Did you forget you have amnesia? You need to be more cautious so you don't get taken advantage of. Nobody's taking advantage of me. Besides, it'd be much stranger if someone as noble as I am didn't have a butler. Exactly, young miss. You may have lost your memory, but you clearly haven't lost your spirit. I can practically hear him scheming in that laugh. Olga Marie is smart, but he just won her over in an instant. What are you up to, Father Kodamine? A young mind should not be so suspicious. Dialogue is the best way to solve a great many things. I am, in a sense, facing a situation every bit as unexpected as you are. Here I am trying to find my missing mistress, only to find her associating with some let's say, unusual new friends. For my part, I'd prefer she cut ties with you immediately and remember who she truly is, but... Huh? You're trying to make me into a figurehead instead of a real president? I told these two I'd help them in the rest of Chaldea, and that's just what I'm going to do. At the very least, I'm not leaving their side till they reach the storm border. Olga Marie, thank you so much. I see, then I must respect my mistress's wishes. As long as the young miss insists on helping Chaldea, I shall do the same then. That said, I'm afraid I can be of no help in combat. I'm simply an ordinary, powerless priest, as you can see. He's a limited 5-star, but he is not the strongest exactly, so I guess we'll trust him. Never trust Kirei. Come on, that is such a blatant... Oh, it's no lie, I'm an ordinary butler. I believe that suits you better, too, does it not? I think he's right, senpai. If Olga learns that he's a disciple of the foreign god, she'd learn who and what the foreign god actually is as well. There's no telling how she might react when she learns the truth, so if we're going to bring him, keep this up, I think we have no choice to bring him along with us, and then keep up with this butler act. I'm so glad you understand. Do not worry, I promise to make no effort to influence the young Mrs. decisions. I'm not so starved for entertainment that I would dash the young Mrs. beautiful dream of friendship now that's blossomed here in the subterranean world. Alright, I believe you. Well, let me ask you one thing. Do you know how she ended up like this? A good question. As far as I know, the young miss is the strongest being on the planet by a wide margin. I cannot imagine what could have caused her to lose her memory. On the subject of things I cannot possibly imagine, I'd like to ask you, tell me about Limbo's final moments? I can't say I ever cared for him, but nonetheless he was, technically speaking, a colleague. Limbo's final moments, senpai? As wretched, as miserable as the man himself. Alright, let's forget I asked. Honestly, and here I just wanted to say, yeah, he went down kicking and screaming. But... more pressingly, I suppose we should discuss strategy. You need to do something about the Underworld Guardian, the servant who became a Jashanal, correct? I'm afraid I don't have much expertise to share, but I do have some words of wisdom to offer on the subject of exorcisms. I suppose a priest would have the power of exorcism. Did you say exorcism? I did. That servant's been possessed by an evil spirit, and it clearly dwells in that mask. In Mexico, they call it a calavera, or a skull. I could sense the divine spirit's power within it. If you can remove the mask, the servant should return to her senses. Whether she'll be able to return to her old self, however, well, that's another question. Huh? What do you mean? Oh, you're saying those who become guardians of the underworld can never leave the underworld again, yes? And that while the living can try and escape the underworld, the dead can try and descend through it as part of their trials. The guardians are not permitted to leave posts unattended. Did the gods of proper human history decide that rule? Indeed, you are quite intelligent, aren't you, Tepu? I believe that was indeed decided by the deities. However, this also gives us an opportunity. This boundary of the underworld was overwritten by proper human history's myths. That means it is both inside this Lostbelt while not being part of it. Ash, I believe your little machine can measure the location's foundation of humanity value, can it not? Yes, it can, huh? This location's value is fluctuating. What does that mean? I haven't seen anyone pick the top or bottom options. The middle choice is too good. Honestly, yeah, I agree. Like I said, I wanted to say I wanted to say he went down kicking and screaming like the bitch he is. Because that's not inaccurate, but... Well, I guess I can't sit here and say the protagonist wasn't any kinder to him, that's for sure. Theoretical phenomenon, the pruning theoretical phenomenon. Put another way, the past, present, and future all mingle in this one spot, each equally valid. In this place, you can summon as many heroic spirits with ties to Chaldea as your energy permits. What's more, you can even temporarily draw on connections to things that may have happened or may have been feasible. For example, heroic spirits that the Master never met could still be summoned as long as Master B did meet them at some point. That being said, there's still only so many you can summon as Lone Mage. Conversely, with access to the Stormbor's power, you could summon them by 100, like what you did in Tunguska. I swear we summoned down just to keep shitting on him. I don't have him, but I have looked up the voice lines, and he does get brought up regularly. So yeah, that does sound accurate. He was also the main villain of two summer events in a row, and we shat on him pretty hard there, so... You know about that too, huh? Not for sure. Not until you confirmed it just now. I admit, that was something of a leading question. Of course, I had my suspicions you'd resort to such a plan in the end. You are so wonderfully forthcoming, Mash. Kadok would learn a great deal from you. At any rate, I trust I've made my point. You can summon nearly anyone you'd like here. You only need to consider which servants would be most helpful, and then summon them. Unfortunately, collections don't matter right now. Father, the Master's been unable to summon heroic spirits ever since he arrived, which unfortunately means your plan is not viable. So it would seem, given Camazotz was using the command spells, you lost. I used to kid. Oh yeah, Doman is a legitimately powerful servant. And so it's... And he's a pretty good project for those who are going for him. I just don't invest in extra class servants very much myself. Although granted, I'm also on a free-to-play budget, so I have to very carefully manage who I go for. I don't have very many 5 stars in total, although I was successfully able to get at least a couple to NP2, so that should help a lot. So it would seem, given Camazotz. Yeah, and I guess since Camazotz has the command spells we lost, he must have been the one we struck a deal with earlier. He seemed a lot more calmer there, but then again, I guess he directly said he had a job to do. Where did you relinquish them? Well, I think I was dead. Weird as that probably sounds. The art style's a lot different, though. So if that is Camazotz, I can't remember it well. It was the strangest place. I see a world covered in fog and a deal you came back. Alright, I think I understand. You offered your command spells in exchange for a narrow escape from death, and now Camazotz has those very same command spells. No wonder he was able to transform King Protea into an altar. You must once have contracted her in a timeline or another. And so your command spells could order her to become guardian of the underworld. That's why King Protea, because she believed that was one of the Master's command spells. Most likely, otherwise she would never have offered up her soul or spirit core so easily. But that's not what's important. What's important is that you gave up your command spells to come back to life. However, this is the underworld, not the world of living. In that case, I suspect, as long as he's in the underworld, the contract he made to exchange his command spells to come back to life doesn't apply, because the contract is effectively voided if he's not alive. Is that what you're saying? Your intellect continues to impress, Tepu. I hope you'll join me for some Russian tea later. Hey. Yeah, you haven't actually tried to summon since we came here. You just assumed it wouldn't work. No, the game straight up didn't allow me. Why don't you give it a shot now? Okay. No, actually, remember, we did try this and it failed a moment ago. That's enough. Now that we know you can indeed summon, you'll have to come up with a plan of action. Yeah, remember, when we first... Right, when we first arrived and met Olga, we attempted to summon and it failed, forcing Olga to fight for us. So, no, it can't just be that we never tried. You can only summon so many on your own, so you need to choose carefully. As long as you can avoid egregious errors, you should have no trouble defeating. Alright, so let's see here. Pretenders beat alter egos, but I only have one, and he's a dedicated support. I expect you to be happy to have a clear path to success. What makes you so sad? I mean, this is good news, but it doesn't help save Protea. Oh, I know. My suggestion was merely for defeating, not killing King Protea. I may be the so-called Mad Monk Rasputin, but also a temptation of immortality and a priest with a talent for dealing with wicked thoughts. As long as you're able to hold her in place, I'll be able to remove the tumor bound to her spirit origin through that mask. I'm a priest, you know. I may not be useful in combat, but I have plenty of experience treating wounds. Then, really can't say Protea. This is great. You're such a capable butler. Of course he is. I'd never have a butler who was anything less than truly excellent. I don't even remember him, but that's okay. I still love you. I'm glad you're here. Alright, it's time for you to choose your servants. Remember, your opponent's a high servant combined with the giant and spirit origin. You'll be facing Titanic River Guardian with potent defenses and constant drain on your stamina, courtesy of that Mask of Death. Master, this battle will hinge on what you know and what choices you make very soon. There's a few ways to cheese it, depending on how many slots it offers me. Alright, an alter ego fight. I don't have any combat pretenders. I don't have, Wait, what am I? No, I haven't. I have. Right, I have Ellie. Master, the skull mask removal team is in position. I'm sure Father Komine gets high enough to. I'll make sure Father Komine gets high enough to reach the mask. I'll keep her pinned down. No thrashing around, no retreating the river, nothing. The moment she makes a move a servant can't keep up with, I'll be there to slap her down. We'll cheer you on from over here. Good luck, everyone. She's drawing near. Let's see how well you handle your first underworld trial. Alright, here goes. Finally, I can summon her. Alright, let's get the boss killer in here. Yeah, what am I saying? I do have a pretender. Not the best one, but it's good enough. Yeah, I got tattooed Elisa from the event, so this should be fine. Because, yeah, she's got full class advantage. I could... You know what, let's bring a backup here. I have the feeling I'm gonna have to go all in. Because there is one other pretender I have, but again, it's pure support. Here we are, Lady Avalon. I may not have the OG Merlin, but I have a Merlin. And to answer the obvious question, no, I cannot run the Immortal team, even though I have Castoria and Lady Avalon. You need someone who can provide overcharge for that, like Himiko or Morgan, and I do not have that, I'm afraid. But that doesn't change that I can jury-rig something out of this. Won't let you through, won't let you through. Huge scale. There we are. Olga Marie's lightning, giant beast agitation. Wow, that wasn't unexpected. Well, whatever, I can make this work. Yeah, I want to save his barista because that gives him vulnerability. This is not the most ideal team, but I can make it work. Man, I don't remember last time they shuffled my party ever since the... I actually think that was back in the Uruk Singularity. Granted, my team was a lot weaker back then, so that was a pain in the ass, but here, I'm pretty sure I can, like I said, I can make this work. What's the infantile regression here? After the turn, activate and revert to your state at the start of battle. 10 turns, oh my. Yeah, I cannot let that last. Let's go for a mighty chain. For some reason, Castoria has been absolutely amazing in Grail fronts. I usually bring her as a support, but like half the time I end up having her take out the enemy master. It's hilarious. Alright, we're gonna go with this to try hopefully get all through. Ow. Ow. Alright, stop the NP for a turn, and we'll do it this way. And we'll go with the... lower these defenses further.
もちろん。
どんな愉快な症状だ。泣いても構わんぞ。なるほど。
Wow, some nice crit damage. Increase shields. HP loss. Actually, I can get rid of the HP loss by putting her NP first, his next, and then finally Sherlock's. We'll have Sherlock attack last. Yeah, this should be good. As long as I'm constantly debuffing King Prody, I should be in good shape. Alright, that'll protect us from the incoming NP. Sherlock will ensure that her defenses are down. Now, I usually have Sherlock last to try and act as a last stand servant because he's actually pretty good about it. So... Oh, phew. Luckily, she doesn't get a full-on NP. At least, good. Hey, what's the status she granted him again? Mount Liang. Alright, Elisa, time to do your thing. And I should probably get Castoria's in here. Alright, with proper class advantage, this should go a lot faster. This isn't gonna go well. Maybe not, we'll see. Okay, good, we broke the first break bar. Alright, how bad is it? Just NP loss? That's honestly not bad at all. Losing Castoria is a pain, but I can deal with that. Lady Avalon should be able to protect us. I think you didn't know how to kill most. Not ideal, but I can make it work. Four turns, oh dear. Jason? Yeah, Jason's usually here just to give us support and die. He is absolutely not meant to last. But I don't have a way to force him, so I might have to sacrifice Sherlock. I'm gonna do it this way. Yeah, I'm just gonna stick with hitting with Sherlock because Sherlock is just way stronger. I think even on the... I think right, Sherlock still has the highest attack of all rulers. It's, there we are. Yeah, I need to beat her, get her break bar down before, Here we are. Lady Avalon's here. Good. Moderately annoying. But I guess I can try and do it this way and get some crits for the next turn. The problem is infantile regression is gonna end soon. Yeah, I'm pretty much gonna go turtle mode at this rate, but hey, it's a legitimate strategy. Unfortunately, though, like I said, I don't have the ones necessary for the Immortal team to properly infinite stall. Alright. Critical strength. Yeah, Sherlock. Let's keep Sherlock around a bit longer. Alright, with this, Sherlock should be able to do a full arts sequence. Yeah, if I don't break the bar, I'm pretty sure I'm in trouble. The good news is Sherlock does genuinely deal a lot of crit damage, and like I said, Lady Avalon's crit damage up should be a huge asset here, because 100% crit damage is... Yes! Oh, okay, it's down. Haha. Sherlock carry. Great unending cascade. Evade. By all means, focus down Jason. Great beast agitation. I need Lady Avalon in here or else I'm gonna lose someone. Yes, I do. Sealed, you dick! Well, actually, what am I saying? I'm prepared for this. Ellie? Oh, invincible to all allies. Ugh. Unfortunately, infantile regression is going to activate, which means she's going to be getting her 2 million HP back. And then I'm really going to have to turtle. You know what? I should be able to do a Mighty Chain with this. It's worse than that. Oh. This Atlasy wouldn't be too bad if not for the fact that my servants are not reset. But the good news is you can only do it once, but I still have all my buffs. If only I could use a command seal to instantly get Elsa an NP, because I could as long as I have Elisa, I could easily handle this. I could, of course, just restart the fight. Because notice that she doesn't have it again. She can't reset it. She can't reset it again. So I could wear her down this way and still have it work, but the fact she keeps resetting is the problem. So I'm just going to reset this. Technically, oh yeah, I guess I could have also just let everyone die and reset with the... But it's whatever. Like I said, I could just keep going until I get Elisa in there, because Elisa is going to break the bars extremely quickly. Alright, let's see how this goes. Moderately annoying, but after Cernunnos, I don't think there's much that's going to come anywhere near that frustrating. Really? I really don't need... Whatever. You know what? I think I'm just going to be an asshole and do this the easy way. Plug suit. And I'm using the max level 1 because I need the lowest cooldown I can have for that. Because I'm pretty sure everything here is going to revolve around a very specific setup. Granted, she seems to reset it each time I break a bar, but I guess theoretically I could just reset the fight until I get the correct ones for the first, and then reset for the second. And then I can just brute force the last one because she doesn't have nearly as much HP. Yeah, this is workable. Right, I don't have a way to charge that. Well, yes, I do. I mean, I'm kind of gonna have to do it the boring way, but I don't think that's a bad thing. You have 11 turns to win. Well, she doesn't have the reset buff after. She's coded to rebuff herself with the first chance she gets. So you have 11 turns to win. Okay. So in that case, I just need to keep pushing my... In that case, I need to do what I can. Make sure Lisa is always here, because my entire everything is going to revolve around that. Remove a debuff for an ally. You know what? Let's waste this just to get rid of something from Eliza, because I don't want her to have to deal with this. Alright. Alright, this should be fine. Brave chain from Eliza. This should break a bar. That was significantly less damage than I thought it would be. Still, it's a lot more damage than I did the first turn before. Do I want to do that, or do I want the full 3 crits? Because I could do a very good Buster chain right now, and that would deal, that might tear her to ribbons. You know what? Let's do something incredibly stupid and go for the Buster chain. Oh yeah! And that's a break bar down, only 2 turns. Oh no, not Great Beast Agitation. Let's hope it's mostly the same ones. Okay, this is workable. I can do this. Just go do that start after every break. Yeah, I noticed. But I only have 1 use of my plug suit, so I have to be wary about when I use it. Alright, let's NP Seal to get this going here, because more than anything else in the world, I want Ellie's NP back. So, Resurrection for Hades. This is risky, but I'm going to do this just because we need to, kill quickly. Now, what's, the overcharge for Ellie-chan? Increase with overcharge. Okay, that's good. She lost her busters. Darn it. Well, whatever. I'm still gonna do this anyways and hope for the best. Keep the defenses down, keep our damage buffed. Plus ignoring the defense is always going to be good. Ellie's not the strongest alter ego around, strongest pretender around, but she's the best I got. I know precisely what I'm gonna want to do here then.
やろう私
そうかいなるほ
Oh yeah, that was good. Sherlock crits are so satisfying. Butts buff's gonna run out. Unfortunately, yes it is. There's not much I can do about it there. I can protect Ellie-chan above all else, and that's what my goal here. And I'm gonna do this way. Because we need to make sure Ellie-chan is buffed no matter what.
初歩的なことだともエレメンタルマイティ
Alright, here we are.
なる
Oh, nice! Break bar complete. Unfortunate, but they did their job. As long as Ellie's alive, that's what matters. If I'm lucky, it'll be Ellie-chan with Lady Avalon, because that would be an ideal way to finish the fight. Yes, it is! Oh boy! Hey, rubbing my fingers together. This is not ideal. With no stars. Oof. How many turns are left in my buffs? You know what? I think I can delay a turn and be fine. Let's protect her, though. Alright. I'm gonna stick to an Ellie-chan Brave Chain, Mighty Brave Chain. I can make this work. Of course, she's just short of 200%. Sigh. Well, whatever. Three turns. I can do this. Just trying for the reset. Yeah, looks like it. Lucky for me, I do have a few tricks up my sleeve. Now the question is, do I want to go for one more just for the extra NP damage up? I think that might actually be worth my time. Actually, NP level. Yeah, because that NP level now gives her... Okay, that's gonna be helpful. And crit. Yeah, it looks like she's hard-coded to try and get the reset. Luckily, I can easily out-damage 2k in a turn. We're gonna go all in. I need the Mighty Chains, so start with Ellie. We'll use Lady Avalon. That way it's full Pretenders. I hate to put a quick card at the end, but it's 100% crit rate, and she's got a 100% crit damage boost. This should be enough. Alright, here we go. Full buffs. Ellie, it's all up to you. The damage difference between a single target and AoE is palpable, but yeah, look at that crit. Oh, right, she still has the... Oh, wonderful. This is gonna be wonderful. You know, let's go with a full Pretender for a Grave Chain. That's gonna be hilarious if I win this fight with Lady Avalon. I have one more turn after this, so I'm pretty sure I've won, but we have to be careful. We cannot hold back. Oh, wow, lucky crit. And Lady Avalon with the kill. Nice. Guess my pretender game is a bit better than I thought it was. Wonderful. Brody has been pinned in place. Shiba says she'll begin using self-replication to regenerate in 10 seconds. I'll launch you up the mask now, Father Kodamine. Thank you. Do try to give me a soft landing if you can. I need no scalpel or Anastasia. Spirit Medium's method consists of simply reaching in and pulling out the infected area directly. Pain, suffering, agony. In the name of the evil dragon representing death, I bear witness to the incessant rot. The taint of death, the malaria of evil, calls on people from all walks of life. As muck spills forth at that end, I shall be the one to scoop it up. Guys, Gospodi, Lord have pity on this poor soul. And there we are. Excellent. Looks like we got one more fight after this, but with my pretenders, I'm feeling in good shape. We did it! We got the mask off! The plan worked! Look out, Mash, this isn't over yet. This mask is starting to move on its own. Hope you're ready for more fighting, Master. Now that it's just the mask, I don't have to hold anything back. I don't know the first thing about these Underworld Guardians, but I came to Earth to rule it, so you better give me all the support you can. Are you really gonna really, game? You're gonna force Mash? Okay, fine. Yeah, I definitely need to get... Yeah, I definitely need to finish leveling Mash soon. The story always forces you to use her a good bit, and she does genuinely gain from it. That and a few things that are probably not... I don't think Olga's allowed to use her NP in this fight either, so it's probably... I can't use her, so I should probably use someone self-sufficient. Let's see here. Oh yeah, I guess while I'm here I can show off my Grailed servants. Tamacat was my first servant, and so she's the one I have up there. And of course, as you saw, Jason is my obligatory trash tier servant that I invest way too much into. Believe it or not, this guy actually out-damages an NP2 Miramasa. He's that good. Well, purely in terms of damage. Miramasa's better because, you know, he's got a battery and stuff, but still. And Reacher here is my strongest 5-star period. NP3, my highest 5-star NP period. I had to go to Pity to get her that third NP level, and I had to pull her on 3 different banners to do it because, again, I'm free to play. I don't have the ability to go all in on a banner for an NP5. But of course, I guess this means Vitra is the closest thing to my ace unit. Everyone else's stuff I've been grailing because I either like the character, like I genuinely didn't think Lakshmi Bai would be added to this game. Her and Zenobia were historical figures that I knew of before the game, and I was glad to see here. So of course I had to grail them, show the respect. Oh yeah, I have Tammo and her alt now, but when I first started playing, they avoided my summons significantly. So when I got my first 4-star ticket, I decided to throw in with her rival. Apparently that worked, because after that she came. And of course, Gastoria I couldn't not bring to at least 100 after Lostbelt 6. A lot of people end up loving Morgan after that, but Castoria is the one who earned my respect after all that. Sieg is a character I genuinely didn't think I'd like, especially since he was so disappointing in Apocrypha. But here he is. Sherlock Holmes is one of the reasons I joined the game to begin with. Even when shoved through the anime filter, he still looks damn good, I think. Let's see here, I need someone self-sufficient. And a lot of these 90 Grails are just favorites here, like, Kichi Hogan is my favorite assassin, period. I know she's not great, but I like her. It's just a shame you don't need a farming assassin that often. And of course, the Summer Valkyries, always a favorite. I was waiting for them for quite a while, and I'm glad that the home server allowed you to get all the rest. I don't regret getting Gerskogel, and Orlind, but I'll be glad to get the others as well. Let's see here. I think I'm still gonna go with Ellie-chan, I think. Where's Ellie? Yeah, that Holy Night Supper is good. We'll bring in some supports here in case they're needed, but I don't think we will. I don't need NP strength for this particular character. I need to clean out my CEs. I'm sorry. Huh, I thought I used more of the Valentine ones. Yeah, piercing's probably gonna be good. I should probably bring a Zerker in case I need it. Right, I'm still leveling Traces of Christmas Past, but this should be fine. And Sherlock Holmes, of course, has the last minute. We'll just increase arts. Oh no, I can't do that. No, let's just avoid parity costs and leave him D-list. That can't possibly end badly, can it? I should actually probably bring the Atlas uniform here because I need to be able to protect the team. Alright, it's a little bit of babysitting, but I think it should be fine. The skull mask.
サポートシステム 40% カット。運動性問題ありません。演説の時来たわね。言うことがあるでしょ。ちゃんと指導して。
Actually, if I do it this way, I can get a ton of stars, which is going to be good because I can crit it down with L. The buff to Quick's cards was really helpful. I'm not sure if it was enough to really make them stand out compared to Arts and Buster, but it does help, and that is, unironically, a great thing. Well, I guess I'll just go with the Brave Chain here. This should smash through the break bar. Are you kidding me? Alright, we're just gonna protect this one, let Olga handle herself. Alright, increase everyone's defenses, and good luck, you Olga. If she doesn't want NP, I'm gonna have to allow her to leave the field so that someone who can come in. blissful notice of death.
申し訳ありません。
Oh wow, that's just straight up death. That's quite the NP.
言うことがあるでしょ。
You know what? Let's go for that upper charge. And once again, we gotta protect Ellie-chan at all costs. Everyone else is expendable.
なんの皆殺しね。
Alright, we'll do it this way just so the team is protected from that NP, although it looks like death bypasses all of it, so that's gonna suck.
どれほど遠く汚れても私は星を探すのです。さあ、幕を開けて。アラウンドカリバーン。
Oh yeah, and it removes debuffs, so that's gonna be nice.
水の源、小鳥の交換。指針清流、背中にサプレイ。自分エリタ、シューティングスター。いやー。
Oh, nice. Warding the dead. Carry death from behind.
この星を滑るものである。
Error.
見せないわよ。
Oh yeah, she's not gonna play ball, so fine.
ないぞ。
We'll do it this way.
身の程を知れ。
Sheesh, AoE basic attacks, that's amazing. There we are.
ありがとうございます。皆さんのおかげです。
It's fun having Olga on the team. I'm sure it'll be even more fun whenever the story thing happens. It allows us to actually use the NP. Planet Olga. Alright, there we go. Mask obliterated. Wait, a command spell. So it would seem, though not in the truest sense. You've neither regained your qualifications as a summoner, nor has the command spell regained its abilities. At most, you should now be able to summon a servant or two in Mictlan outside the boundary of the underworld. How dare you? This is unforgivable. No, not forgivable, believable. How could a giant like me fall to a human? An arrogant human who thinks of himself as a summoner. I stepped out of the myths and giants. It's an unforgivable disgrace. She pays for it by doing half damage. It's a bit hard to work with. Ah. That I genuinely did not notice. But then again, they do have you... When you have to solo with her, they do pit her against low HP enemies, so I'm guessing that's to make her look better than she actually is. Wouldn't be the first time. They are trying to sell you on servants to summon, after all. Although I guess that is a bit funny that you never get to, It is funny she's never been summonable yet. Though I guess she could be in the future. Oh, right, Protea. Oh, so you're not Protea in the end. You're still possessed by whatever the case, facts are facts. I've been saved. Fine. I hate to give up this authorization, but I will. Do with me what you like. But I won't be a humiliation master. Next time we meet, I will make you pay. Those the throttles there. Gasp, did I just say something? Does the half damage thing apply to the other servants that have AoE? Because I know there is one in a couple of years that does have a similar effect, but sorry, I don't remember what happened. I mean, I was conscious up to the point you were nice enough to remove my mask, but was I acting strange? Like lording over you, acting tough, or being bad? It's all good. Welcome back, Protea. Yeah, every time an AoE card, they deal half damage. Yeah. It's useful in some cases, but definitely something to be wary of if you're gonna do that. Thank goodness, and thank you, Master. Wearing that mask is painful, and I couldn't even see or say anything. I thought I'd stay trapped forever in kaiju form, that I'd be killed, but you never gave up on me. I'm so happy. Phew, that ended up a lot better than I thought it would. I imagine we'll have to say goodbye before the Lostbelt ends, but for now, let's just enjoy having saved a friend. We are. The golden sea of trees. Section 4. I'm gonna be honest, I'm feeling pretty exhausted. Looks like we still have a good amount of people playing those, so let's see who I can raid right now. I definitely don't want to just end it here, so let's see here. Let me just take a look at the FGO category since I should probably keep it there. Now, I should probably go with one that's English just to make sure everyone can read this, so... Yeah, thank you. While I'm doing this, thank you all for watching. Hope you had a good time. I stream just about anything I feel like here if you want to step by, but if not, well, I hope you had a good time. Let's see here. Alright. Looks like, oh, we have someone else doing Lostbelt 7, so I'm gonna go and go for a Twitch 4 kicks. Okay, then. Yeah, Twitch 4 kicks is doing Lostbelt 7, so I don't know where they are, so be warned, they could be further in, or they might be later, so... So, if you want to stick around, by all means. Otherwise, thank you for watching, hope you had a good time, and I'll see you later.